Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to T Area High School. Tonight we welcome the Orioles of Lennox High School, the Trojans of West Central High School, and your Titans of T Area High School. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please rise, remove your cap or hat, and pay honor to America with the singing, the playing of our national anthem. Please observe proper flag etiquette by standing at attention and placing your right hand over your heart. Active duty personnel or veterans not in uniform may salute the flag. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
To support a positive and safe atmosphere for Titan pride, and according to the conference rules, we ask that students of all ages remain in the student sections of the bleachers or with their parents. The schools participating in this event are members of the South Dakota High School Activities Association. They have adopted the rules under which this game is conducted. A strong commitment to excellence, fair play, and sportsmanship are all vital to this event's success. Remember to cheer in a positive manner and to be respectful of the officials' decisions. The official for tonight's event is Bud Toastma. Officials are registered by the South Dakota High School Activities Association. They have worked hard to learn the rules and administer them at this event. We request that you respect his honest efforts to officiate this contest. And now, introducing our starting lineups. At 106 pounds, a freshman from Lennox, Cade Asham. For West Central, an 8th grader, Caden Hawkinson. And for T Area, a 7th grader, Henry Fortin. At 113 pounds, Lennox is open. For West Central, a 7th grader, Bentley Klinkhammer. And for T Area, they are open. At 120 pounds, Lennox has a freshman, George Scott. For West Central, a freshman, Alex Simmonsbaugh. And for T Area, a sophomore, Tyler Woodring. At 126 pounds, for Lennox, a freshman, Grant Larson. For West Central, a freshman, Carson Vessels. And for T Area, an 8th grader, Trevin Audis. At 132 pounds, for Lennox, an 8th grader, Keedron Fergan. For West Central, a junior, Orlando Whiting. And T Area is open. At 138 pounds, for Lennox, a sophomore, Preston Oddie. For West Central, a senior, Jesse Yost. And for T Area, junior, Parker Wilson. West Central has a freshman, Langdon Klinkhammer. And for T area, a senior, Austin Eimers. At 150 pounds, for Lennox, a junior, Jack Asheim. For West Central, a sophomore, Hayden Whiting. And for T area, a senior, Jackson Cheddar. At 157 pounds, for Lennox, a 8th grader, Rylan Lankbean. West Central is open. And for T area, senior Carson Lord. Zach Corbin. At 165 pounds, Lennox is open. West Central has a senior, Chandler Sarda. And T area has a junior, Dawson Eimers. At 175 pounds, Lennox is open. West Central has a senior, Race Whiting. And T area has a junior, Sam Wardell. At 190 pounds, Lennox is open. West Central has a junior, Kane Gokot. And T area, a senior, Keegan DeYoung. At 215 pounds, Lennox is open. West Central has a senior, Chet Sarda. And T area, a sophomore, Chase DeBoer. And at 285 pounds, Lennox is open. West Central has a senior, Gavin Pischke. And T area, a junior, Gavin Van Emmerich. Our schedule for this evening, our first duel will be T area versus Lennox, followed by Lennox and West Central, with the final duel being T area versus West Central.
Wrestling fans, welcome to South Dakota T Area High School for tonight's match. The T Area Titans, first off against the Lennox Orioles here, and then it'll be Lennox versus West Central, and then followed up by West Central versus T Area. I'm joined by producer, the Hall of Famer, Andrew Griffin, and wrestling expert, Jeremy Eimers. Jeremy, thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
What are we going to see here first off? I see we have a lot of opens for Lennox versus T.
Yeah, this duel is going to be a pretty quick one, unfortunately, because Lennox does have a lot of open weights. Looks like from 165 up to 285 they're going to be open, along with 113, unless they move up one of their 106-pounders to fill that spot. So we'll have to see if that happens or not. Looks like they're really young also. 8th graders, 9th graders, and a couple sophomores, one junior. No seniors on their team.
Wow, I didn't notice that until now. That's a good, just one junior as well and 2 sophomores. They are very young. First-year coach Matt Hansen, would that be right?
Yeah.
First or second?
I believe so. Yeah, correct there.
Yeah, we had Mike Smith there, and then he was, I forget who followed up Mike, and then Matt Hansen here for Lennox. And are we going to go in order of lowest weight to heaviest tonight? Is that how they're going to run this one?
Looks like they're going to do the girls here first, and then following that, they actually flip, or I'm sorry, they draw for weight class, and I didn't hear what weight class they're starting at.
Okay.
So they'll start at that weight class, and then the second duel, they'll start one weight class higher.
Okay. And T area showing 3 girls we've had all year. Emily Volker, she's a 7th grader, 100 pounds. 120, Lainey Haynes, an 8th grader, and Brianna Johnson, who took 3rd, I believe, in state last year, 185, a senior. And Volker and Haynes are new this year. Haynes, I've noticed, has had some really good matches go her way.
Yeah, this is her first year wrestling for T, and she's got a younger sister that's been up in our youth room and just an amazing wrestler, and so is Volker. She's done an outstanding job at the youth level. And it's going to be really fun to watch in these coming years. But I'll tell you, Lainey's been improving tremendously from her first match until now, and I only see her doing that as the season continues.
Yeah, it's exciting. Brianna was the only girl last year, and I've got a lot of respect for her. I wanted to talk to her today. We didn't get a chance to talk. We'll talk before our next match, but she last year, as the season went on, really seemed to improve. And right now, we'll see her in a little bit. She is ranked, I believe, 7th as it stands. Is Lainey Haynes, is she ranked at all, or has she been this year?
She is not. She is not. And
Okay.
I think Brianna is actually 3 now. She's moved up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I think you're right. Yep. And so this is going to be Lainey Haynes versus, would it be Ava Grunewald? I haven't heard.
I have not either.
The first one's always a little slow here till we get things rolling.
And for those new fans out there, T will be green and they'll be home. So they'll represent home and green.
Okay. Bud Postma, someone you've probably worked with throughout the years, our referee tonight. Is Bud from Madison?
He's a Madison, yeah. Madison used to be the head coach and the athletic director, and yeah, I've been officiating with him for over 25 years. So there's a nice single leg and great takedown.
2 points for Haynes.
So right there, she's attempting to run a half Nelson.
And what does the Lennox wrestler want to do right now? Does she want to get up on her feet?
Her goal is to get an escape, get away, or a reversal. Escape's worth 1 point, reversal's 2. So there's 1 for her. So
Okay.
Scores 2-1.
And we're doing 3 2-minute periods.
That's correct.
Okay. Haynes, I don't have her record coming in. I think she's only dropped a couple so far this year.
Yeah, the Titans traveled out to Rapid City this year, which is 60-some teams out there from 5 or 6 states, and a lot of hammers, a lot of good competition. So I know she got some wins out there, and then also some losses, but great competition.
And you're saying she hasn't wrestled until this year at all?
This is her first year, yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so she's done a phenomenal job, and just you can just tell she's very athletic, very strong, and picking up the sport really quick.
Does she have a wrestling family, do you know?
Not to my knowledge, but they just are very disciplined, work hard, do the right things on and off the mat.
Yep.
Makes the difference.
And no points there for a takedown?
Not yet. Lennox is going to keep circling to the right and work for that. Once you that takedown, nothing yet.
10 seconds
And there we
left
go.
here.
There's 2.
And that's going to be the... What do we call these? A period? Is that a
Period, yeah.
First period?
3 periods in a wrestling match, correct.
So 3-2. Haynes, no, the Orioles lead 3-2.
3-2, yeah. Haynes defers, so then Lennox gets choice, and she chose down. So her goal here is to get another escape, 1 point, or a reversal for 2.
Okay.
And Haynes, her goal is really to turn and get the near fall. You can get up to 3 points for a near fall with the 5-second count.
Okay.
So Lennox, she's working hand control, trying to prevent that offensive move on the top. Well, Haynes keeps trying that half Nelson. Now she got her hips in a down. There she built back up. All right, there's a reversal for Lennox.
Looks like she was going for the pin, maybe.
Yeah, she's got that leg trap there. It's called a Turk. That would be a hand Turk. To a half Nelson. Now Haynes bridges off her back. Gives up 2 near fall first. Now she's got her reversed and to the back. I think Bud just got a 1 count, so there's no near fall for Haynes.
Okay. 7-4, Orioles leading this one. I can see what you're talking about with the athleticness of Haynes. She turned that around pretty quickly, it looked like.
Yeah, there's just beginner mistakes, we call it, pit position and things like that she's learning as she goes here. But right there, she's pulling her on top of her. Right there, she's going to want to get her hips up and not pull on top.
Okay.
So she recovered. Got the half, so she's going for that far wrist and half. If she can elevate the elbow of the Lennox girl, she's going to get her turned over, but unsuccessful that time.
.20 seconds to go, period 2. Lennox 7, T area 4.
Where we got a technical violation. She locked her hands. You can only lock your hands once they come up to their feet. And since she was down on the mat, Lennox will get a point for that.
Okay. 8-4, 13 seconds to go. And when you are in a program where you have 3 girls, who are you practicing against every week? Is it the same? Are you just practicing against each other? Do they throw some boys in there?
They're practicing with the boys. So it's really about partnering up based on weight and size. That's usually the best. And then talent level also.
Yeah.
So
10 seconds to go. Second here, 8-4 Lennox.
yeah, Lennox is girl. She's a strong girl too.
Yeah.
No.
8-4 after 2 minutes to go. And I'm asked that in practice because I'm thinking that Laney, and maybe it goes for all wrestlers, maybe girl wrestlers, you got to be excited to get in a match and maybe face someone different and see how you do against someone else.
Absolutely.
And like you said, a learning curve here for Laney. I don't know how long her opponent has wrestled, but again, she's a first-year wrestler, and so learning as she goes, like you said.
This is a 50-50 position here. Lennox is trying to get that single leg to the takedown. Haynes has got to get behind her to get 2, get her leg freed there. There's no points yet. There's a little strength there,
Yeah.
you can see.
It's her right arm. Under 90 seconds to go here.
If Laney can get her arms, and if there's no point scored soon, the referee may call a stalemate, but
Okay.
Lennox is improving, so they're going to let it go.
Talking about the learning curve, you saw her early on in the match. 1 minute to go here in the third. Kind of stop and look over to her coaches to hear what they were saying. So,
Yeah.
but that's a good thing
Yeah.
too. It's showing that she cares and she's learning and listening to her coaches.
All right, she's got 2 to take down now.
8-6, 42 seconds to go.
She needs to get her turn to her back to win this match.
So she's looking to, Haynes for T is looking to turn over. The
Yeah,
Lennox
there you
wrestler.
go. Yeah.
25 seconds to go in the third. Still 8-6. Lennox holding on. 15 seconds to go.
Notice these girls, they're very flexible.
Yeah.
And
5 seconds. And that's going to be 8-6 win for Lennox.
yeah, great match for both of them.
Yeah, it was. That was fun to watch. And so T will move on. And now it looks like we might have a JV wrestler coming up here.
Yes, this is Aaron Helber
Okay.
from T, and I'm not sure the Lennox. Aaron Helber, he comes from a large family.
Is he with the brothers play football?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He's got 9 siblings, so 10 of them. Yeah.
His brother Tim this year, one of the few times I've ever seen played on defensive end, and then came and played offense as a wide receiver. You just really don't see that combination too often. But had a great last couple of years, Tim did, for the Titans. Senior. Not a wrestler, I take it.
Great family, great kids, really disciplined.
Yeah.
Very coachable also.
It's good to hear. What weight class would this be?
So this is a JV match, so junior varsity. I'm going to...
Aaron Halber for T area, Noah Hansen for Lennox.
Noah Hansen.
So Noah's also an 8th grader. They're in there probably about 95 pounds.
Okay.
95 to 100.
Couple of 8th graders here. JV match. Period 1 just getting started.
Noah looks a little bit bigger, but at this age, it's just about experience and getting mat time for these kids.
Hansen and Halber. I talked to a wrestler today that told me he regretted one of the losses he had this year was he wasn't aggressive enough. I'm sure there's a fine line between being aggressive and too aggressive or not aggressive enough. Is that kind of what they're doing now? They're feeling each other out, someone waiting to make a move?
Yeah, usually the aggressive wrestler will score more points, get more takedowns. You know, you may give up some positions and points by being too aggressive, but 90% of the time you're going to benefit by being the aggressor. Right now they're just looking for a setup to a shot for a takedown.
There's
Aaron, he shuts in on a single leg. Fortunately, he didn't get his right hand in, and Hansen did a great job of stopping that with that hand grip. So now Aaron's trying to back out. Hansen's got a front headlock, head and arm on the front. Hansen's goal is to try to go behind and score 2, and Aaron does a great job of getting out of that situation and getting a restart.
0-0, 25 seconds to go. Period 1 here of 3.
Hansen attempts a shot. Here, now a reshot. Hansen's trying to do a whip over, we call that.
10 seconds to go. 0-0. JV match here. Noah Hansen and Halber for the Titans. Period 1's in. 0-0.
So Hansen defers his choice to Aaron, and he needs to choose quick here. He chooses down.
With 9 siblings, you'd think you'd turn into a pretty darn good wrestler.
Yeah, there's some pretty tough kids in that family. He's got a younger brother, Nathaniel. He's been in the state finals in the youth side, and I remember there's an escape from Aaron. He got away right away and won. Yeah, Nathaniel, he's got a little brother, Nathaniel, and he's a heck of a good wrestler. And before he came out for wrestling, he was riding around in our development barefoot with those on his bikes, and then he'd run around on the asphalt when it's 100 degrees out. And I said, if that kid's tough enough to do that, he needs to be a wrestler. And he came out, and he's always smiling. He's just a fun kid to be in the corner with.
That's good to hear. 1-0, Halber for the Titans, 90 seconds to go. Period 2 of 3.
And that first point is important if they ever go to an overtime match and they get to the sudden victory period. That point allows that person that got the first point scored choice of position. So,
okay.
So there's an advantage of scoring first in wrestling if it goes to the sudden victory in wrestling.
One of the first of many things I've yet to learn tonight, but I've never heard of that before, so that's interesting. When you get to overtime, is it sudden death?
They go 1 minute on their feet, and then after that, it's 2 30-second periods. And if there's still no score or it's still tied, then they go to the sudden victory. They call it the 30-second, and whoever scored first in the regular match gets to choose top or bottom.
Okay.
And if the top guy rides them, he wins. If the bottom guy gets away, he wins.
Okay. Wow.
He or she.
30 seconds, period 2, Titans 1-0.
So Weber had another shot, but he just couldn't finish. He's kind of shooting straight on. You really need to be at angles to penetrate that shot.
Okay.
There's a stalemate. Stalemate just means that neither kid's improving or going to score, so instead of just letting them sit there for the next 18 seconds, they restart to hopefully have a wrestler take a shot and score points.
I like that. 10 seconds to go, period 2. Halber versus Hansen. Like Halber got hit in the mouth there. And that'll be into period 2. Halber leading 1-0 for Noah Hansen. A couple of 8th graders here, JV action. Did the Hansen choose to?
He chose down, yes.
He wants to get an escape and tie it up?
He does.
Okay.
That or a reversal for 2. Helber's trying to cradle here. He's a little high, but he's trying to hook a cradle up. Hansen's doing a great job of moving on the bottom and trying to score.
90 seconds to go. Period
There's a little
3.
Sit out and turn in. Just trying to create separation of the hips and get an opportunity to score.
How can Halber get a score here? How can he get points?
He needs to turn him to his back.
Okay.
So in some move, he needs to hook up. Right there, he's going to try a cradle again, I think. Well, he went over the shoulders. He's a little... Good job by Hansen, keeping that hand. We don't want to lock hands there, and he didn't.
And that move that Halber just did he want to put him on his back?
He's just really returning him to the mat.
Okay.
And then once he gets him turned, he's trying to flatten him out so then he can hook up a pinning combination.
50 seconds to go, period 3. Halber 1-0 lead over Hansen.
Yeah, Hansen is really active here. He's doing a good job. He's not stalling. Aaron's doing a good job of following and keeping him down and trying to get in. So here, if Aaron doesn't attempt to take him down, he can get called for stalling, but he is attempting.
Okay. 29 seconds to go. Halber of T area still leading 1-0. This is pretty darn even.
Yeah, this is the second close match we've had tonight already. It's good.
Yeah. How long has Halber been wrestling?
He's been wrestling for
a
a few years,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, and he's improving each year also.
I know some of the senior wrestlers I talked to today said they've been wrestling since kindergarten.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Ooh, we don't want to lock hands there.
15 seconds to go.
He rides him out. He's going to win this match, but he's in a bad position right now.
7 seconds.
See if he can stay on top. And
Halber still leading. 3 seconds to go.
no change. And he squeaks. Oh, we got loss of control. So he did score the 1.
Wow. So tied.
So tied. Now we're overtime. You know, we talked about earlier. Now it's 1 minute. If whoever scores a takedown will win. If they happen to take them down to their back, they can get the fall.
Okay. 1-1, Halber Hansen. A couple of 8th graders, 45 seconds to go.
That didn't take us long to see our first overtime match. That's a great shot by Aaron, but he just isn't finishing it. He's stopping once he gets to the legs. Now he's trying to circle right and get his right elbow to the mat.
What does he want to do? What is he stopping? Does he need to just go all the way through?
Yeah, he needs to turn the corner. He stopped on that. He got really deep, and then he just stopped. He needs to turn the corner, we call it, and then drive sideways. Here he's doing a good job of circling to the right.
10 seconds.
Hansen's doing a great job of defending that also. Oh, and Hansen comes on top with the takedown.
Hansen with a late point in regulation, and then 2 points here in overtime. So Hansen with the late points in both regulation and overtime. Great match.
Yeah.
9 minutes.
It's a tough way to lose, you know, losing this in the last couple seconds of the regular match and then that overtime. But give credit to Halber. He was the aggressor in that last overtime and had a great shot, and just got to work on finishes, and he'll be there.
Yeah, that literally one that could have gone either way.
Looks like we're starting off at 132.
Okay, so we're at varsity now.
If this is, we'll see.
So what we should see here is Leedrun Fergan, 8th grader for the Orioles. The Titans at 132, they say Braden Dunkelberger, a junior. Are they waiting to see who they want to send out there, or why the delay here from T area?
I'm not sure exactly. I don't know who won the flip.
It's good to see former athletic director Brent DeBoer back in the house.
Yeah, it is. I haven't seen him for a while. It's
Yeah.
great to see him here.
I think he was at one football game, one of the cold football games this year.
All right, this evening we begin the first duel at 132 pounds.
Yep, so 132, Fergan, 8th grader for the Orioles, and Titans aren't sending anybody out.
Taking a forfeit for Lennox, Cheddar Bergen.
Maybe not. It was announced a forfeit. Now it seems like the Titans did send somebody out late. Referee Bud Postman is trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, so Bud assumed there was a open weight there. He raised the hand of the Lennox wrestler, so you do have up to 5 minutes to report.
Okay. I did notice before he raised the hand, he looked over to the Titan bench, and I thought they might have told him that no one was coming out. But Titans have a wrestler out there now.
Yeah, Bud's going to let him wrestle, so that's good.
Correction, 132 pounds for Lennox, Cheddar Bergen, wrestling Cooper Dundee from T area.
Cooper Dundee.
Yeah, 7th grader.
Okay. Is he 132 or close to it?
126. Yeah,
Okay.
so he's
Oh, I do see him on there.
wrestling up. Yep.
Cooper Dundee. Okay. Yep.
We got a takedown there by Fergan.
Are you familiar with Cooper at all? Has he been wrestling a while?
He's been out for a couple years. He wrestled in the youth for a couple years, but still learning, still young.
2-0 Lennox early. 40 seconds into this one.
It's not often you see a 7th and an 8th grader at 132
Yeah.
on the varsity mat.
Yeah.
So those are some big kids for 7th and 8th graders.
Yeah. So Fergan lost his head guard.
Yep, and he just locked up a cross-face cradle, and there's a fall.
Okay. Kedron Fergan picks up the win for the Orioles. Nice looking 8th grader. Cooper Dundee, 7th grader for the Titans. Takes a loss 6-0 early for the Orioles. That looks like a Wilson.
That is Parker Wilson. Yes, it is.
And Parker Wilson for T area.
Parker 138 junior. And he's got Preston Oddie, sophomore for the Orioles.
And if you haven't watched Parker wrestle before, he is a guy that can come from behind.
Okay.
He's won more matches down by 10 points than I've ever seen in my career.
Really?
Yeah.
Did he have the record for something like that?
He's got a nickname Junkyard Dog right now, just
Yeah.
because he can find a way to win a match, and from behind he never gives up, and he's just super dangerous.
Yeah. He's up 2-0 early in this one, 90 seconds to go, first period. Older brother Hunter working the scorer's table.
Yeah, his older brother is doing officiating now also, Hunter is.
Yeah.
And there Parker just releases him for the one. He got the takedown pretty easy, so he's going to try taking him down again.
Okay, so he's fine giving up that 1
Yeah.
point just to kind of reset.
Yeah, he's pretty dominant on his feet here, so he's just let him go on purpose to get another takedown, another two.
Sure.
Parker had a lot of success last year. He placed 8th place at the state tournament for the Titans at 138. There's a beautiful fireman's right to the back. Bud's counting the near fall. He's already
Oddie's
got
in trouble.
3. There's a 5-point move right there. 2 for the takedown, and you'll get 3 for the near fall.
4-1, Wilson leading, 40 seconds to go, first period. 7-1.
And there he's doing a tilt. So he's got him on his back again, scoring more near fall. His older brother, Hunter, he was a phenomenal takedown kid on his with his fireman's carry, so he's following his older brother's footsteps with that one.
Absolutely. 55 wins for Wilson so far. 36 by pin.
Yeah, he's definitely a pinner. Bud stopped that for potentially dangerous, so it's just a move to prevent an injury there.
Wilson currently ranked, well, he was 7th. That's probably been updated. Leading 10-1 after 1.
Yeah, he's currently rated 8th in the state at 144, but now he's dropped down to 138. So this is the first time he's weighed in at 138 for the year.
Okay.
So he made that cut down, and they got 2 pounds after Christmas, so he technically weighed in at 140.
Okay.
He chose down. Now he's got clasped hands, so he's going to get 1 for the penalty and then a 2 for reversal there. He's got a bar arm. Got him on his back.
12-1 for Wilson, 90 seconds to go, period 2. Also a football player for the Titans. I'm guessing he's going to play a lot bigger role next year as a senior.
Yeah. And there's a good example of the number of points he can put on the board in a short period of time. So he got a fall there. But had he not got the pin, he got off the back, would have been a tech fall. 15 points he would have won by.
Yeah. 56th win for Parker Wilson, 37 now by pin for the junior.
So that's 16 points with that pin.
Pernell Swore. They also have him listed as a senior at 138.
Yeah, and Ramsey Williams, he's a great wrestler. He's a sophomore. He's currently ranked, 11th right now.
Okay. 2-0 lead for Ramsey Williams, the sophomore. Is Swore fairly new to wrestling? I know he's a boxer, I believe.
Yeah, he came out last year, and I believe if you look at his shoes, he's got boxing shoes on.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he's the only wrestler I've ever seen with boxing shoes, and they are.
Yeah.
Glad he's got them taped up. The laces taped up tonight, though. He didn't have that at one tournament. Got a caution when they came loose.
Oh, no.
For a stall call. So he's a young wrestler, still learning the ropes.
Yep. 2-1. Ramsey Williams, sophomore from Lennox, leads.
And Ramsey, he's been ranked anywhere between 6th and 12th all season. So he's a kid that could be and should be on the podium at the end of the year.
Sure. Yeah, he just looks like a wrestler.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience. He knows what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. So this is 144.
144, correct.
So Swore might be wrestling up just a little bit.
Yeah, he weighed in at 138.
Okay.
In a match like this, you're going to see that when they have all those opens. It's really not about the team score here. It's just about getting some of these kids some matches tonight.
Okay.
The West Central duel next, that will be a lot different. Kids will be wrestling their weight because it's going to be a contested duel between those two. Should be.
So this one with Lennox having 5, 6 open spots, I mean, it's pretty much over before it starts.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, when you're taking 6 team points per win, it's really, there's 36 points for T before we even start the duel.
Yeah. But we've seen that in T area for a long time, isn't that right? I remember T having that many spots at one point open.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had our first decade of the school. Those first 10 years were pretty brutal here, and we took our lumps. Took a while until that youth program got built up and started producing high school athletes out of there.
4-1, Williams over Swore. That was period 1. 2 more coming up. Yeah, it's been You guys have been really active in the youth program. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I think you guys have a tournament coming up here. But, you know, I think Neeson is a great coach. I remember the Sioux Falls athletic director, Casey Miley, when we first got him, joking with me that you guys have a really good wrestling coach, and I told him to stay away. But you guys did it the right way and built it the right way from the ground up, from the youth program up. Did you guys just keep getting more numbers every single year?
Yeah, we did, and it's you know, this year I think we got over 120 kids signed up, so it's incredible. The first year we started, it was 15, maybe 20.
Yep.
So
So how many nights a week is the youth program working up here?
2 nights.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 nights.
A lot of cars out there on the street when it's drop off and pickup time.
Yeah, that's for sure. Now, Fennell, he's in a little trouble here. He got back off his back. That's good. But he's got to work up to his base there. He's laying belly down, ankles up. That's not where you want to be. You want to be getting those hips up, building up to your knees.
Yeah.
But
well,
again, difficult with a really good wrestler here. And so there's a bar arm. He's got him on his back, getting near fall, and this is going to be a tough one to get out of.
Williams leading 4-1.
And it gets really tight when they sit out like that and arch back. Sometimes when you're on the bottom, you kind of just hope it gets over. Fennell fought through that. Now win by fall. Great job by Williams, and we wish him a lot of success the rest of the year. Hopefully he stays healthy because he's definitely a kid that could be on the podium.
Yeah, keep an eye on him. Ramsey Williams, just a sophomore. So he's got a bright future ahead of him. Here is Jackson Cheddar for the Titans. He was number 5 at 150. Is he still around there?
He's number 3 now.
Okay.
He's moved up to 3. Yeah, and Jackson, he's been through the entire. He started when he was, kindergarten wrestling, and he's a phenomenal student in the classroom. Yep. A great kid, person off the mat. I tell you, he's a good role model.
Well, he talks to your son, Connor, because Connor wants to go into dental work when he gets older, I believe.
Yeah.
And so does Jackson. And so he told me today that Connor has been kind of someone that he can turn to kind of get advice and see where he wants to go at the next level.
That's good to hear. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
He said that Connor's doing it more on the business side, starting out on the business side, and Jackson's doing more of the biology side, kind of looking to go to SDSU next year to go into dentistry.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jackson, he had a unfortunate break last year. He didn't have the season ending that he wanted to. Had some really tough weight class. The year before, he placed 4th in the state tournament.
Yep.
So had a phenomenal year. Just didn't get the breaks that he needed last year. All intention, he should be on the podium and hopefully high on the podium this year. The sky's the limit for him. He's a big kid for 150. He's super tall. I think he grew like 3-4 inches this last year. He's got a great cradle. There's a crossface he's trying to hook up.
98 wins. So if he takes both matches tonight, 100. Both Coach Neeson and Jackson told me. So
and that's an incredible accomplishment. At the varsity level, with the competition that we see.
Yep. He did. Now that I think about it, he did tell me today that he was number 3, and I said, "What do you, when you come in at number 3, do you embrace that pressure?" And he said, "I just tell myself that I'm number 3 for a reason, that I belong to be there." So, 10 seconds to go. He's leading 7-2.
Yeah, he's such a coachable kid. I've had the pleasure of coaching him in the youth side, and just a great kid to coach. Always, we always have the mentality you want to leave the room better than you came into the room. Mm-hmm. And he's embraced that philosophy, and it's all business once he steps through that door.
Yeah, a kid like that, you've got to be really happy to have someone like that representing both your youth program and now your high school program. You guys are doing something right if you've been doing it since kindergarten.
Yeah. There he hit a hard switch, didn't quite get under the leg like he needed to with his right arm. But he's moving.
Cheddar, period 2, leading 7-2. 98 wins for the Titans. As Jeremy said, 4th place as a sophomore last year. He didn't get to the podium, but he said this year his goal is top 3 at state.
Yeah, and he's a kid in the room that really helps the rest of the kids around him get better. So he's always pushing hard, and I tell you, I know my son Austin, he just loves practicing with him just because of there's no screwing around, and he's always wanting to get better. And
Yep.
he makes the team in this room better in that room. He's just a great leader. There was
Yep.
a good reversal there.
9-2 now for Cheddar. Titans leading.
So this is a leg Turk. He's got that far leg capped, and he's elevating it. He went to a claw, we call it. It goes under the neck and over the shoulder, and he's getting the near fall. So he's got a 5 count, which you get 3 points for. If he doesn't get the fall and he goes back to his base, then it would be awarded. The bottom guy has to be in a position to defend himself. There he is. So now referee Bud Postma awards the 3 points.
12-2 Cheddar, 45 seconds to go, period 2.
He's right back into a quick tilt. Cheddar felt a little danger there, so he got out of it. He got a 2 near fall. Now he's right back to a cradle. He hasn't awarded the 2 yet. There we go. He's now in a defendable position.
14-2 Cheddar. Told me he's lost. He's 11-3 this year. 2 of his losses are to out-of-state wrestlers, I believe.
Yes, those happened out in the Rapid City Invite.
Yep.
Incredible amount of talent in that tournament. There was some weight classes with 3 state champions.
Oh my
In a
goodness.
weight class, 32-man brackets, and there was a number of weights where they had 2 preliminary matches just to get into the 32-man.
Wow.
So 36 kids in brackets wrestled in 2 days.
Have we always gone out there, or has it just been something recently?
We started about 3 years ago when our team was started becoming competitive.
Right.
And we needed to get better. And that tournament has really helped the kids prepare for that state tournament.
Great way to start the year.
Yeah. You know, seeing that tournament's tougher than the state tournament. You get on the podium there, you're pretty guaranteed to be on the podium at the state if you wrestle to that ability. But really
14-2 Cheddar after 2.
also helps those kids get that feel of a big arena with a big fan base, and so to get rid of the nerves. There's a great reversal right to his back. If he doesn't pin him here, he will get the tech fall. The tech fall is 5 team points, and a pin is 6.
Okay.
So there it is. Tech fall, 5 team points for the Titans. And that'll conclude that match.
19-2 Cheddar for win number 99 on his storied T-area career. Senior. Carson Lohr, another senior coming in at 157.
157 pounds for Lennox, Ryland Langbean.
And this is Langbean
Carson Lohr.
for Lennox, an 8th grader.
And Carson's one of the strongest kids on the team. There is a quick takedown. He's really physical.
Yeah, if he wrestles like he lives his everyday life, I'd say he's feisty and
Yeah.
I've enjoyed seeing him in the hallways. He's always been a lot of fun. He was probably born to be a wrestler. I know he stopped playing football after his junior year.
Yeah, he had a lot of concussions.
Okay.
So he's had some. There's a quick fall by Carson Lohr. And again, he's just a strong kid.
Yeah, geez. He looks like he's added a lot of muscle.
Yeah, he spends a lot of time in the weight room all summer, and it shows.
30-second pin there, Carson Lohr.
And Dawson Eimers, my nephew, he receives a forfeit.
Yeah, he's growing up more and more. Not the looking like his brother more every day.
Yeah.
Had a good Dawson had a good year on the football field too, playing running back and linebacker.
Yeah, he was on the defensive side, had a lot of tackles for the Titans this year.
Yep.
Sam Wardle, returning state champion for the Titans, gets a forfeit. Sam spends a lot of time in the weight room also, and that shows.
Yeah.
Multiple sport athlete, baseball, football,
Yep.
wrestling. He does it all.
Keegan DeYoung, another senior. Yeah. I was talking with Sam today too, and I remember before his senior year, or his sophomore year, I forget who it was, the Argus leader or whatever, reached out and wanted to talk about the roster, and I said, Sam's a guy that'll probably help next year more, and he proved me wrong. He played his sophomore year, and I think was third on the team in tackles that sophomore year, and then won a state championship in baseball. And
So Chase DeBoer got a forfeit, and now Gavin Van Emmerich got a forfeit. Gavin's wrestling up at heavyweight. They kind of bunched up a little bit, so he went up to heavyweight, and he's having a ton of success.
yeah,
He's ranked 5th in the state right now. He lost a tight match to the number 3 guy, who's from West Central, so we'll see a rematch of that tonight.
oh great.
And now we've got Henry Fortin. This is his first time down at 106. Slater Wilson's out with an injury. Should be back soon. So Henry's filling Slater's shoes at 106. Normally he's at 113.
Okay, Slater's having a great year
He is.
so far.
So there was a great fireman's outside single to a takedown.
Fortin 2-0.
Only a 7th grader. He's got
Yeah.
a phenomenal future ahead of him. Potentially have 6 years on varsity, which is hard to do.
Especially when this program has developed the way it has, you know. Yeah, it's getting harder and harder in T.
Yeah, there was a day when if you just had a heartbeat, you were on the team. Today, you got to earn your spot.
We've seen that in soccer too, where we just had to put bodies out there, but not so much anymore. This is my neighbor too, is Mr. Fortin. So
Yeah, his dad Rod officiates, and now is running the youth program. He's the head of the youth program here and doing a great job.
yep.
Kind of pass the torch to him.
Okay, how long ago did you do that?
Just this last year.
Okay.
And I'm still on the board and helping out, but got to keep those parents involved. And
Absolutely.
so Henry's got a cross-face cradle. He's over that elbow.
Is this his first varsity action?
No, he's been wrestling 113 on varsity.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's what you said. Okay.
Yep. Giving up a little bit of weight, but good learning experience for him getting this mat time.
Yeah, absolutely. Leading 2-0, 35 seconds to go, period 1.
Doesn't always result in wins, but it does result in improvement.
Yeah. $25 seconds to go.
He needs to keep that Turk there and elevate his ankle, but he gave it up. So now he's got to work to a different pinning combination.
$10 seconds, period 1. Fortin 2-0 still.
Good.
Titans 47-12. Yeah.
Good first period for Henry. Got that takedown.
And who is he wrestling here for Lennox? Would that be Larson? Grant Larson, maybe? 126?
No. We're at 106. Cade.
Oh, Kate Ashheim.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
Yep. There's a good low single shot. It's kind of his bread and butter on his feet. He's got to try to finish that inbounds. Lennox is trying to get out. Oh, there's a technical violation. One for Henry, and that you don't see too often, but Lennox was trying to avoid wrestling, kicking out of bounds. So Henry gets a point for that. Henry's the aggressor right now. He's getting heavy on that head, but then Cade has got it dropped down to a single.
4-0 Fortin, 90 seconds to go, period 2.
So Henry's going to try to defend that. Trying to get some hip pressure down, and he's done a good job so far. Got a great crowd tonight. Wow, this is just amazing.
Yeah.
Got a really big gym, so it's hard to feel full in here, and we've done a great job getting the community here tonight.
Yeah, and we'll be back on the 26th. And then regions. I know when I talked to some of the guys today, they were worried about the basketball's got a doubleheader, so that's going to take people away. But it is a great crowd.
So Henry gave up that takedown. It's 4-2.
4-2, 5-2.
I don't know if that score is right.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. Got that escape. So it's 5-2. Henry shot in right away on another shot. I think he's going to get the takedown here. He does. And he does a great job there. He's got to keep his knees and toes in bound there. 2 points of contact. He finished really well on the edge of the mat.
7-2, and that was whistled dead. Why?
Out of bounds.
Okay.
Yeah. And Henry's got a really high wrestling IQ, growing up around his dad and listen to that. And he just does a really good. He watches a lot of wrestling, and tell you he's got a really good knowledge of what to do and when to do it.
That's pretty big.
At a young age.
Yeah, as a 7th grader. 7-2. You mentioned watching wrestling. Do you feel like that's an important part of getting better? Is watching all levels of wrestling?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big believer in watching film, watching your matches, critiquing. You can learn a lot from that. But then with YouTube and all the different channels out there on social media, the technique these wrestlers have today is so much further along than it was back in the day when I wrestled. There's just so much. There's an access to a library of wrestling moves and technique, and you really can build your own style by studying the sport and watching those that they look up to.
Yeah. 7-2. Fortin leads period 3. 90 seconds to go.
I'll tell you, Maddox Slykehouse, he's a 2-time state champ for us. It's amazing knowing how many tools were in his tool belt when he was on his feet wrestling. I got the pleasure of watching him do some one-on-one sessions with our wrestlers on their feet last year, and a lot of it he credits to watching other wrestlers.
Okay.
Henry got a great takedown. He's got him on his back in a cradle, and there's the fall.
Fortin's a pin.
7th grade fall for the Titans. That's a big win for him. First time at 106.
Wow. Crowd really got into that one.
Yeah, that was a great takedown to the back and capitalized on it. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Unfortunately, he knows when he does.
Yeah. Yeah, great win for him. 53-12, Titans rolling now.
Both teams are open at 113 pounds.
113, that's where they had Fortin at. He wrestled just now. So
he was at 106. Yeah, he was down at 106. We forfeited at 13, and now we've got Tyler Woodring at 120. And Tyler has been a phenomenal wrestler for the Titans. He's ranked 4th in state. He's only a sophomore.
Yeah.
And last year, he placed 5th at 113, and the year before 6th. I'm sorry, 4th at 106 and 5th. So he's a 2-time state place winner coming into his sophomore year.
Wow.
So placed as an 8th grader and a freshman, both in the top 5. Great career that he's had.
Yeah, and got a long ways to go. 3 years left, 2.5 years left, and
he's got some funk style to him, and he's aggressive. He's cleaned up a lot of his mistakes that he's made over the years, and he's been a great wrestler, but it's been easy to critique him too when you're that good, that young. And he's got a lot of confidence.
he does. He's kind of along the Carson lore, kind of a goofball, but he's a fun kid to be around.
Yeah,
2-0 he leads. Did you know, speaking of Cheddar, no, I'm sorry. It's we didn't get a chance to see him wrestle because he had a forfeit. Sam Wordle, he's a cousin to another legendary Titan wrestler, Lance Shaw.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Lance Shaw did an amazing job here when he wrestled, and I always wonder how much better he could have been if he had a room of partners in there.
Sure, yeah.
There's a
Was
turn
he-
to him back.
Was he 7-1 is Woodring, and that's it.
Yeah, and he got the fall there. Half Nelson turned to the back, so
Just 54 seconds left in the first. Woodring gets the pin. Was Shaw, was he kind of the first really good wrestler
He
that
was.
the Titans had?
yeah, multiple state place winner. So here's Trevin Otis here. He's only an 8th grader. He's a big 8th grader. He's got a wrestling here.
He's at 126.
126.
Grant Larson.
Grant Larson, yeah.
freshman?
Grant Larson's a great wrestler. He was at 106 last year. He got really tall. Obviously, he's got the height on him. Puts a lot of training in off season too, I believe. Yeah, he's another kid that should be on the podium for Lennox. I would anticipate.
Wow.
Got a lot of length to him.
Yeah, you see that. That's what I noticed about Trevor Otis right away, Larson was kind of tall and lanky. Can you use that to work to your favor in wrestling?
Absolutely, you can. Yeah. Tall, you just have a lot more leverage. Different moves for taller kids versus shorter kids for success, but yeah, when they figure it out, it's hard to stop them.
Is it similar to boxing, having that reach advantage?
Well, it can be when you're on your feet because you have to try to clear those arms and get to those legs, and you can see the distance there between forehead to waist is quite a bit further than it is for Otis, and especially if he's bent at the hips and not in a great stance. Taller kids tend to bend over more than get down in a stance.
Mm-hmm.
And there, Otis comes in for a nice high crotch. He's going to try to get that, but it's going to be really difficult on a kid like this. Ramsey's just a strong, long kid. Uses his leverage there, gets the ankle. Now he's got 2, he's on top. And he's trying to run a cradle there, cross-body cradle without the arm, and that's simply off the length.
Out of bounds, 13 seconds to go, period 1.
Score is 4-1 here.
4-1 in favor of Larson for Lennox.
Yeah, so that's a big jump for Larson. You know, he's 106, I believe, last year as an 8th grader, and he's at 126 now. He hit that growth spurt. There he's got a bar arm tilt, but only got a 1 count, so no near fall.
So after 1, 4-1 for Larson and Lennox over Trevin Otis. Larson, 9th grader, Otis, 8th grader. Have you seen the 3 former Titan wrestlers in the crowd yet tonight across the way? To your right. Got Maddox, Lakehouse, and then Nike Rosas, and then Griff.
There we
Griffin
go.
Schneider.
And then Wyatt Stunnebeck right below him.
Oh, you're right. Yep. I did see Wyatt before pre-match. Yep. It's neat to have those guys come out. I talked with Neeson a little bit ago about Maddox officiating and also Hunter Wilson officiating, and just that he's got to have a lot of pride in that, and that they enjoyed their time so much they want to give back and go on to that next level. And he said it made him pretty proud.
Yeah. Yeah, great kids, and continuing on with the sport through the officiating side, giving back that way.
Yep.
And trying to get Wyatt Stunnebeck to do the same. He'd be an awesome official.
Yeah, he would.
So there he's got a cradle hooked up, got some near fall. He's got it back again. Tell you what, though, Trevin Otis has really improved from last year to this year. Probably one of the most improved wrestlers I've seen on our Titan team one year to the next.
Oh, good. Another youngster, middle schooler, 8th grader. Has he gotten bigger at all?
He has gotten bigger, and he's just really got good hips and good position. And he didn't have a ton of success at his youth level. Yep. And it's great to see those kids fight through that adversity and keep it going and not give up. And now seeing the improvement and the success that he's had this year already as a young, again, only an 8th grader. He's got 4 more years ahead of him. He's going to be a key component in the Titan success moving forward.
Good. End of 2, and it looked like Larson picked up a couple there right at the end, leading 14-1.
Yeah, these bigger kids, when they're in the younger age like this, it's difficult at a younger age, and usually when they get older, then these bumps and bruises pay off dividends when they're juniors and seniors.
Yeah. over the bench, and I see Colton Duffy. And he had one of the, remember he won a match. It might have been the first match he ever won. I think it was JV, but this place went crazy. His whole bench went crazy, and it was at that point, you kind of realize that it's kind of a family over there. And they were rooting so hard for Colton, and they were so happy to see. Several of the varsity wrestlers went over. He was underneath the bleachers and congratulated him, and it was really neat to see. I'll never forget that. It was a few years ago.
I remember that match.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably one of the loudest matches in the gym that night.
Yep.
It was a JV match with Colton. Everybody wanted to see him succeed. And he goes up to that wrestling room and puts in the same amount of time and hours as the other kids. And you wanted to see him get that first W.
14-1 Larson with just over a minute to go in the third here.
If he gets a takedown here, it'd be a technical fall. But, boy, Otis did a good job there trying to do a whip over. Yeah, Otis not giving up.
Yeah.
He's going right at him. Down by 13, and he's trying to toss him.
He looks like a kid that's got a good frame where he could put some muscle on and get pretty big pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's got to be a little careful running into the kid that way. He's going to set up Larson for a shot, but he's being aggressive. He's not giving up.
30 seconds to go.
He's trying to go for a big move, a toss to his back. So he knows he's so far behind. Larson does a good job of dropping down to a single leg to prevent it. Elevating that single. Otis needs to keep a whizzer in there. Oh, and there's two. So that'll be a tech fall with 14 seconds remaining.
Tech fall, Grant Larson, Lennox over Trevin Otis, T area. How's Quincy Holderson doing? Do you know?
Yeah, he had a tough week this last week. I saw he lost 4 matches at the tournament he was in. Wrestling that D1 level is just another level. I'm just impressed he's getting through the practices and the practice room, and he's gotten banged up a little bit, but
what's his weight now?
125.
Okay. Yeah, not only at the D1 level, but then at the Power 5, the Big Ten or whatever conference they wrestle in.
Big Ten, yeah. Minnesota Big Ten
Just
Gophers.
One of the, in the history of T area high school, 21 years, one of the kids that have gone to one of the bigger programs ever.
Yeah, he's Titan's first D1 wrestler to come out of the program that chose to go on and continue wrestling. We've had a number of wrestlers in the recent years that could have competed in the college level, but chose academics over that, and nothing wrong with that either. Further their academic career, and
it's a lot.
It is.
Studying at the next level. So we have a D1 athlete over here, former D1 athlete, Andrew Griffin, track and field, USD.
I know Wyatt Stunebeck and Maddox Lakehouse, Connor Eimers, they were all recruited hard for the wrestling side. And, Griffin over there, he's playing football, was in the championship for Northwestern, got a lot of playing time this year. And that wrestling mat time, I think, did wonders for his football career.
Oh, absolutely. I remember, this guy, Tanner Myers, went over to Canton, and they brought him back, and he was an undersized junior or a sophomore, and they had him at nose tackle, and he was only about 170, 180 pounds, but it was all because of his wrestling. He knew how to get down there and maneuver around, and did a pretty good job as a very undersized nose tackle for the Seahawks.
Yeah, he's wrestling up at Northern State University right now.
Okay.
So that's where he ended up going.
State champion last year?
Yeah, 2-time, I think, total.
Yep. Yeah, we lost a few. He went to Canton, and then to Brandon Valley went
Gavin Chapman, he's over in Brandon Valley.
Chapman, and I thought there was one other one.
Peyton Frederick went to Beersford.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
And Peyton's done now.
He's done. Yeah, I'm not sure where he's at.
Yep. I think he got the podium 6th or so in state last year, maybe. And,
so this next duel between Lennox and T will be could be a great duel. Could get a little lopsided on the team sport with Slater not in the lineup. That will hurt the Titans. And West Central just gained back Chet Sarda. I think he's going to be at 215, and he placed 3rd in state last year, and good chance of being a state champ this year, finalist. He's got capabilities of winning the title, so this will be his first debut. He had a football injury, so he's definitely going to be a wrinkle for the Titans tonight. He has a twin brother that's on varsity also that is very good. Chandler, he's at 165. He's ranked second in state. Dawson Eimer's third in state. That's going to be a good matchup. 157, we could see Keaton Vessels. He's ranked fifth, and Carson Moore's ranked sixth. So there's another awesome matchup. There's going to be some good matches tonight. Heavyweight, we've got Gavin Pischke and Gavin Van Emmerich. That came down to a 3-1 match in the semifinals of the Rapid City tournament.
Oh, wow.
Pischke won off of Gavin took a shot, and Pischke got about 90 pounds on him and flattened him out, got behind. And it's hard for Gavin to be patient, wrestling up those bigger kids. He's not had to do that before. But, he's done a phenomenal job. You know, he's weighing in around 195 maybe, wrestling 285-pound kids.
Goodness.
So
is this Pischke here down on the floor?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, he's a big fella.
He's got a younger brother, Grayson Pischke. He wrestles my younger son over the years. I tell you, the West Central's got a great youth program, just like the Titans do. They've got a lot of kids right now that are piled up at the 106-pound weight class. You got little Max Lewin, and you got Caden Rowe, and you got Grayson Pischke. So there's a lot of talent behind these varsity kids on the West Central bench. They're going to have a phenomenal team for the next 5-10 years based on their youth program, which is great to see. We're going to have some great duels over the next decade between these two programs. A lot of coaches putting in some extra time at that youth level and developing these kids and keeping them out. That's I've always said retention is the hardest part of the sport.
That's something I wanted to ask. Okay, so you can get these kids in this youth program, but that's just part of the battle. You got to keep them wanting to come back, wanting to go home and get better, but wanting to do all the right things to be a good wrestler. So how have you guys done so well at doing that over the years? What's your secret?
You know, I'll say the first couple years were the most difficult, and that's because T had one of the best basketball programs in the state. 3 D1 kids on the court, you know, with Hone and Friedel and who am I missing?
Got Stearns and Ritter.
So, you know, the youth look up to those kids, and when we're going 0-10 for the season on the wrestling side, those youth want to all play basketball. And it took a while to get those kids, I would say Connor, Maddox, Wyatt, Hunter, that whole group of kids, when they started, just to keep them out, got those kids to come out, and then they got the success. And then from there, the youth start seeing that success that Titans are good and will, and it's just really helped. But I'll tell you, retention's the hardest part of this sport. It's a one-on-one combat sport. It's mental. You can't blame anyone else but yourself when you fail. And as a youth wrestler, it gets very emotional. They have a hard time dealing with those emotions and those losses. And but I'm a firm believer they're really good life lessons you learn from this sport. You learn how to get your butt kicked and then get right back up 15, 20 minutes later and go at it again. And
so how do mom and dad help as we go home or as we're sitting around the kitchen table and the kid either they did get their butt kicked or maybe they kicked somebody else's butt? What's your advice to parents on, doing all the right things away from the mat? Yeah,
great question. As a tot, we call the little 5 and under, 6 and under tots, we call them, age group wise, and then it goes to 7, 8-year-olds, and they group them by age. But we try to make it fun in the wrestling room first, and if we can make it fun and want them to come back that way, that's the first step. The second step is we need parents to support them and not tear them down. So, recognize what they did well, build them up. They're already tearing themselves down when they lose those matches and beating themselves up. The last thing they want to hear is mom and dad yell at them for what they did wrong when they already know it. And that's difficult as a parent. I've been in those shoes, and, we all make mistakes as parents, but, I've just learned that you have to really support them and make them believe that they can be the best. And that's really all they want their parents. These kids want their parents to see anyway.
And if you don't know what you're talking about, just leave it to the coach.
It is, yeah. I joke around to my kids. I think they love soccer so much because I didn't know anything about it. Yeah. So they're like, Dad, we love playing this sport because we never get to hear anything from you afterwards.
But it's got to be hard for you, knowing all that you know and being such a big wrestling guy, to not maybe offer extra coaching at home or extra, you gotta bite your tongue a little bit, and
Yeah, as long as they know the best, parents just got to be there for the best interest, and it's not always focusing on the wins, but focusing on getting better.
Yep.
And that's really the message. And it doesn't matter if it's wrestling or any sport. If you have that mentality, you're always trying to improve and get better and not focus on the W's. You're going to retain the kids most likely, and the result will be the result you want in the long term.
And the fact that these guys are putting themselves out there. There's 2 people everybody's watching in this gym right now. When it's basketball, it's different. You got 10 people out there. Football, they can't even see you because you have a helmet on and everything like that. But just the courage it takes to go out and do this and to potentially, like we've seen tonight, lose a match in 30 seconds and get pinned.
Yeah, or you look at Helber, he's going to probably beat himself up a little bit because he gave up those points right at the end of the match, but he did a lot of good things right, and I've always been a big believer that if you're the aggressor, you're taking the shots, you're trying to score points. If the outcome isn't in your favor at the end, I'd rather have kids lose trying harder than have kids win not trying hard.
Sure.
And that's what Helber did tonight. He was really aggressive, did a lot of shots. It just didn't work in his favor, but he keeps up with that type of tempo. He's going to be on varsity someday, winning a lot of matches here soon when he gets up to weight. He's just a little young, but that's just a good example.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you ask about retention of the youth. I think we have over 120 kids in the youth program this year. It's the largest ever. We have a little, as you know, a room capacity issue. We have a storage room that's a wrestling room, and that problem will be fixed next year with our 2-mat wrestling room. It's so exciting to see the construction going now.
Yes. Maybe a couple windows up there so you don't feel like you're in a cave.
Yeah, it'll be right next to the auxiliary gym, but it'll be a safer environment for the kids also. They're really piled on top of each other right now, and they get by with what they have, but it's a good problem to have, I'll say that, when you have a lot of kids and you don't have enough room. We have to run 3 different practices a night for the youth because of the numbers.
Wow.
And you have 40 kids per practice in that practice room.
Wow. And so you're hosting a youth tournament here soon?
It is, yeah. I don't have the date in front of me. I think it's at the 19th of January, potentially. Yeah, that's a large tournament. It's been a huge success. It's a great fundraiser. We really look at the youth program as the building blocks of our high school program, and we really look at our program as a K through 12 program. And so that youth organization with those numbers, they're fundraising dollars to help support the high school. They've paid for wrestling mats for the school, and as we all know, we're not a heavy tax-based school, so when you have youth programs purchasing wrestling mats that are above $10,000 a piece, that's a huge benefit.
Yeah.
There'll be over 500 wrestlers at that tournament. This place will be packed.
Wow. How many mats? 3?
We'll put 3 mats across the floor, and that's really going to be a nice thing once we get the new school auxiliary gym built. We'll be able to have 5 mats going next year, and we'll be able to have bigger areas for them to wrestle and a little safer, and parents will be more. It won't be a sardine pack in here. Have some elbow room.
Closing up period 2, 4-4 here. Is this JV or maybe varsity girls?
Yeah, this is just exhibition matches between the girls. The girls wrestling is a newer sport for the state, and I should know this, but we're on year probably 4 now, 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of the fastest growing sports in the country, fastest growing sport in South Dakota. We've got some ranked wrestlers in our state nationally, which is just phenomenal. A couple girls from Bonholm are ranked nationally.
Oh, wow.
Stosher from Harrisburg is a phenomenal wrestler, young wrestler. She's ranked nationally. And then we've got some girls wrestling in college right now. They come out of South Dakota. So in the first few years of the girls' women's wrestling, it's South Dakota's really produced some good wrestlers in a short period of time.
Yeah, I remember watching the first state tournament, and I was really impressed. Of course, Canton already had a whole team. Big surprise there.
Yeah, Canton's got a phenomenal team, and so does Pierre. They built their programs, their girls' programs, really quick.
Yeah. And that's it's good to see it's growing, because I'm sure in the past, when a girl went out for wrestling, you had to wrestle a boy.
You did.
And
yeah.
I'm sure right there, that probably turns away well over half of your girls going, I don't have no interest in wrestling a boy.
Yeah, it's a really unfair advantage, especially in the youth level where they're just built differently and strength different. And I tell you, these girls, it's been fun watching them grow and wrestle. They'll get on the mat and just be fierce competitors. And man, I'd swear that they're going to go out and eat dinner afterwards together. They're smiling, they're best friends, and good sports.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to Brianna. Our time just ran out, and I didn't want to talk to her too close to the match or anything. But I'll talk with her before our next home meet here on the 26th. But I got a lot of admiration for her being the only girl on the team last year and sticking it out the whole year, and then having a great year.
Yeah, and there's a lot to be said about that. You talked about Lance Schull earlier, and and Peyton Frederick was another one that got himself on the podium 3 times, I believe. Without a strong team around him and strong partners, and just like Brianna, she's been the pioneer for T, and she'll always be that person that was the first.
Yep.
And she hasn't given up, and I believe she's going to be wrestling for University of Sioux Falls.
Oh, is that right?
I believe she committed there.
Their first year as a program.
Yeah, first year as a program. Toby Bryant's coaching that program over there, doing a phenomenal job.
He was he a coach West River?
He was
City
up in Aberdeen for a while, and then he's been over in Harrisburg. And then he has a Metro Wrestling, which is a academy wrestling program, year-round type wrestling program that he started up. But he's doing a great job over at USF. And Brianna, she's got a lot of passion. She held a girls wrestling camp this summer, I think, for her senior project. So I read a little bit about, what the sport has given her, and she commends wrestling for developing her as a person.
Wow. Very cool. I know when Jeremiah Makahunaniu was a wrestler, we had a boy that had never wrestled before and kind of needed a little something in his life, and he went out for wrestling. He would eat lunch every day with Jeremiah, and that kid to this day is just a changed kid. And I give it all to Jeremiah and the wrestling program, because after he joined football and didn't play a lot, but he was on a team and he had a belonging. And I think that's another thing the wrestling team gives to the community of T and to the high school. It's just another avenue of these kids that when they do go out for wrestling, and it's like cross country. It's just a different feel, and the support is so much different. And even if you're not out there wrestling or not out there winning 99 matches like Jackson Cheddar, you're still part of the team, and almost just as much part of the team as this guy that wins 2 in a row, Maddox. Or
yeah, there's a lot of correlation between wrestling and cross country. My 2 older boys went out for cross country, and that's another individual sport, and you're out there running over 100 miles during the summer, training by yourself, mentally talking to yourself, and it gets grueling, it gets hard and difficult, and probably easy to want to quit and give up. And
oh yeah, yep.
So here we've got Lennox and West Central. It's a JV match here. West Central's on top, 5-0.
How long has West Central had a really good program like they're having this year?
Yeah, I would say the last 2 years is kind of when they've really stepped up. Recently, they've had good programs in the past, a little roller coaster up and down.
Yep.
Coach Eidecker, Cole Grocott, Chip Sarda, they got a great coaching staff over there.
They've beat Jefferson twice this year. I think they beat Washington, and they beat pretty badly Roosevelt. So it's always kind of nice to see us us, we call them A schools, go in with the Sioux Falls schools and come out and anything on top, and they've done that this year.
Yeah.
I think they've had one loss is all. And maybe that was in, I don't know where that was, but
So this is Jesse Yost from West Central. He's been ranked at 144 this year, and this is his first cut down to 138. So he's dropped down. Those that are newer to the sport, after Christmas break, the wrestlers get 2-pound allowance. So every weight class you can weigh in 2 pounds above for the rest of the season, and that's to allow for growth of the students during the season.
yeah, I love it. And you can pick out a little bit at Christmas.
Well, either that or you go down a weight class like Jesse did here. So you pick where you want to go. But
Jesse, I think he's maybe a football player, and he's had some siblings that have played soccer, maybe, and other sport. The name seems really familiar to me.
yeah,
From West
he's
Central.
a senior, good kid.
And he's wrestling right now. Who from Lennox?
I didn't catch 38. Preston Noddy.
Howdy, maybe.
There we go. Yeah, Jesse's been a great wrestler for their program. Very consistent, hard to score on, strong kid. I've had the pleasure of watching him over the last decade while he's been in youth.
Oh, wow.
There he just did a nice half Nelson. He's got it pretty tight.
So where did you wrestle in high school?
I wrestled in Parkston.
Okay. College at all?
Yeah, I wrestled for Northern State University. Was a varsity wrestler there for 4 years, and then student coached my last semester.
Okay.
So
What
there's
was the highest, best you ever finished in high school?
I was a state champ
Oh, really?
as a sophomore, and then I got lost in triple overtime tie
Oh my
my
gosh.
junior year semifinals. So I ended up with third place. So I always joke I lost a match and it was tied. Back in the day, the rules were different.
Yeah.
In my senior year, I had Swatek in the finals. So
no
me
kidding.
and Jay Swatek had the finals. We wrestled over 15 matches in high school.
Oh, my goodness. And where did he go to school?
He's Wagner. Yeah, he was
Okay.
a 3-time state champ and a 1-time finalist. I think he lost to Corey Wallman his senior year. Yeah, he was a phenomenal wrestler.
Oh, my
Our
goodness.
principal.
Yeah,
today.
principal here in T.
Yeah.
And I've heard nothing but great things from his employees, principal over at Venture Elementary, and he's here tonight, PA announcer.
He is, and we're fortunate to have him in our community. I've heard, like you, have heard nothing but positive things, and I know he's been great for our school system here.
Yep.
So right now we've got Langdon Klinkhammer. He's younger brother's Bentley at 113. They come from a wrestling family. His mom's from Parkston, big wrestling family. Dad's from Howard, big wrestling family.
Wow.
Klinkhammers. So this is going to be a great match here. We've got Williams.
Just a freshman, Klinkhammer.
Williams is he's ranked 11th right now. He was high, I think, at 6th earlier in the year. And we got Klinkhammer, who has been at 38. He was ranked 10th and at 138, but he's moved up to 144, and Yost moved down to 138. So they kind of just flip spots here. So that's the first time we've seen them at these new weight classes.
Yeah.
And I anticipate this match to be a really, really close match. Probably
0-0 as we wind down the first period.
This should be one of the better, if not the best match between this duel tonight.
5 seconds to go, first period.
There's a good snap down by Williams. No points.
0-0, end of one. We will get, for the Titans fans watching, we'll get a update on the boys in Vermillion, boys basketball and girls basketball. The girls game should be really, really good. The boys should be good too, but the here Lady Titans and the West Central or Vermillion, I think they have one loss in between.
Yeah, the girls are off to a great start this
Yeah.
year. It's exciting. It's exciting for the Titan program.
Klinkhammer versus Williams here, West Central Lennox, period 2. This one's 0-0, Lennox, or West Central rather, leading 6-0.
And Klinkhammer, he's a freshman, and Williams a sophomore. So there's one for Klinkhammer, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 1-0 Klinkhammer. You can just tell that this is a big match. It's really, the energy is really ramped up here in the T gym. 1:13 to go in the second, 1-0 Klinkhammer leads over Williams. And yeah, this is a good crowd, both sides, for a Tuesday night especially.
Yeah, West Central has a great fan base, great group of parents, a lot of support for this program. They have a lot of talent in that town. Seems like in the last 5 years they've had some wrestling families move into Hartford.
Oh, really?
And it's really benefited them.
Wow. Klinkhammer still 1-0. 33 seconds to go, period 2.
That was a good scramble on the edge of the mat. And if you haven't noticed, the wrestling fans, if there's something not working right, they will let you know. I think the clock wasn't running.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, we hear that in the football stands, too,
Yeah.
don't we?
I laugh at basketball when, you know, it's if a team gets up by 30, it's a running clock. And those referees will not let you forget it ever, because they want to, especially a 30-point game, they want to get out of there and get home.
Yeah.
So 1-0 still. Klinkhammer. Yeah, pretty intense. I will admit, I'd never even been to a wrestling meet or match before T here, before I started doing PA 6-7 years ago, and all Principal Knutson told me was just be ready for a entirely different atmosphere. And yeah, he was right. But it's fun. It's been, Rick Williamson told me years ago, you can't judge wrestling until your high school gets a good wrestling program, and he was so right, because compare now to where we were 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, and it's night and day.
Yeah, I look. Ooh, there's a good. There's one red, tied up.
Tied 1-1.
Yeah, you look back, and 2019 is kind of when we the T program kind of turned the corner. They placed 15th in state, and then every year since then they've been a top 10 finish. You know, 9th, 10th, 7th, and 6th. Most recent year. Currently ranks as a team in 6th in a state, so again, should be a top 10 finish, which really shows the consistency.
Yeah.
Of when you're graduating good wrestlers and replacing them with those younger ones coming up.
1-1, 1 minute to go in the third.
Yeah, this is a really good scramble position. Both guys know what they're doing. Ooh, and we'll see if he's going to get pinned. Oh, he's almost giving up a pin there. There's no takedown, no control.
.40 seconds to go, 1-1 in the third.
There's still no control. Bud Postma, great veteran official here. This is something that you want to have if you're wrestling this match, is having a veteran official.
Yeah.
This is a scramble that sometimes gets called incorrectly if they're not in control yet.
20 seconds.
There's the control now. Bud did a great job of being patient on that call.
And Williams got the 2 there?
He did. He got the 2, and there was, what, about 15 seconds left in the match?
Under 10 now. Williams leading 3-1 over Klinkhammer. 3, 2, 1. And that was a good one.
That was all with one scramble.
You surprised at all? A little bit of an upset, maybe?
No, wouldn't say that's an upset, but I did know it could go either way.
Yep. Good call by you before the match started. It was, went right down to the last second.
150 pounds for Lennox, Jack Oshine, and for West Central, Hayden Whiting.
Hayden Whiting, he's got a brother that also wrestles for him. Race Whiting.
Yep.
They were over in O'Gorman when they were younger, and then they moved to Hartford or transferred over there and been wrestling there for quite a few years now. There's a good takedown.
Probably related to Ed Whiting.
That I'm not sure.
Well, he used to be there now. I think he's a football coach out at Roosevelt, one of their. And Jason Whiting, he comes out and calls some T football games occasionally.
Yeah, West Central, they've got a couple coaches that competed at the collegiate level also.
That really helps.
Yeah, Idecker, he wrestled for Southwest State back in the day, and Weber's down there in the chair next to Grocott, and he's got the cauliflower ear. He he wrestled for Augustana.
Oh, wow.
Chip Sarda was a great wrestler. He was coaching there for Bonholm back in the day.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
And Coach grabbed the, you see Bud Postum smiling.
Yeah, you don't see that every day.
A young
Coach Nicolaisen, we call him Nemo.
Yeah.
That's the fastest I've seen him move, I'm not going to lie.
And then I thought he was going to go tumble over forward because he picked up the little girl, and then it looked like he was off balance a little bit. And, oh, that could have been ugly.
Yeah, he played football for Dakota State University, and I suppose he had a couple fumble pickups there the way that looked. So he got a fall there, Whiting on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, Coach Neeson and Nicolaisen, they played together football at Dakota State. That's kind of how they comboed here at T.
Absolutely. 12-3, West Central leads this one about halfway through.
And, yeah, T, we've got our coaching staff. Coach Neeson, he wrestled up at Britton Hecla, then played football at DSU. He was a two-time state place winner. Let's see who this Vessel's a great wrestler. He's got a brother that also, I'm in the air guard with his mom.
Okay.
So, yeah, he's real. I tell you, these kids are physical and.
Is this Carson Vessels here? Or just Keaton?
The bigger one. What am I looking at on my list? Carson's the younger one, so this is Keaton.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, good technique, work hard. They put in a lot of time in the weight room, and they're just really good physical wrestlers. Don't make a lot of mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And look, that was a pretty physical.
Yeah, 6'2", Vessels up on top already. Just a minute into this one.
I didn't hear the whistle, but he blew it. Injury time. He landed pretty hard there on the back. It was just a really good blast double.
I saw Quincy do that. He might have been his junior or senior year. He picked up a kid here at home, and he was going to put him down pretty hard. And I think Coach Neeson was like, no. It was a younger kid, and he was completely outmatched by Quincy Hulverson. And luckily, Quincy didn't. He could have, but he didn't slam him down very hard.
Yeah, if you slam him too hard, that's it's called a slam. And, And if the other wrestler does not, it's a legal move. They consider it legal. If the other wrestler can't continue, you will lose the match. You're supposed to be in control of your wrestler as you take him down, and if you slam him. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen a few times at the state tournament in the semifinals, where it's cost kids, not the ability to not make the state final match because they slammed a kid. Yeah. So yeah, he's just a really good physical wrestler. These Vessel boys are.
I had a friend that grew up wrestling. He was from Lead. And then I turned on the TV one day, and he's wrestling for North Carolina in the heavyweight championship. Justin Hardy, do you remember that name?
I do remember him, yeah.
Yeah, boyhood friend of mine. I couldn't believe it when I turned on and I think he lost like 3-1. in the championship for North Carolina, but
Phenomenal wrestler. I got to officiate him through high school.
Oh, really?
He was good. Good wrestler. Yeah.
you're aging yourself a little
I
bit.
am. Yeah. That's all right.
Yeah, he was a big human. 9-2 here. Vessel's in control. 30 seconds to go. Still period 1.
He's going to do a cross-face cradle there. Oh, he's doing a cradle. There we go.
This might be it.
That is it. Got a fall.
West Central in control now, 18-3. And we're probably more than half over just because you're going to see Lennox here for 3-4 matches in a row. You're going to forfeit.
Yeah, so here's Chandler Sarda. He'll come out and receive a forfeit.
A lot of Sardas around the state.
There are, yeah. They're all related also.
Are they really?
Yeah, they are.
Aberdeen, I know there was one. And
That one I'm not. That one I'll take back my comment. They might not be related to the Aberdeen one. There's the other Whiting.
Yep.
So they had a story on West Central Wrestlers where they have 6 sets of brothers on this team.
Wow.
And the Sarda boys are twins, spaced out in weight a little bit. So that's Coach Grocot's son, Cade.
Yep.
And then here's the other Sarda, Chet, who's Chip Sarda, the coach's boy. He's a senior. He just came off a football injury. He's a heck of a football player for West Central.
Yeah, these are some big boys here. Holy moly. These last 5 guys that they've introduced.
Gavin Pischke. He's ranked 3rd in the state right now.
Wow.
Got a lot of talent on that team.
Holy moly. He's not just big, he's tall.
Yeah,
And so Van Emmerich is going to wrestle him here in a little bit.
he will. Yeah, he had a close match, 3-1 in the Rapid. So Caden Hawkinson from West Central. Cade Oshheim. Hawkinson's a great wrestler. He's an 8th grader. He's ranked 5th in state at 106. He's had a great season so far. It's too bad Slater Wilson is out with an injury because that would have been a 5-6 matchup tonight.
Oh, wow.
And they have not seen each other yet this year.
Okay.
Hawkinson beat Slater at the middle school state tournament in a close match last year. So we got a little history.
48-3, just like that, West Central leads. West Central beat, I think it was Roosevelt, 81-0, I saw. So Lennox faring a little better themselves.
Yeah, West Central's got a great tournament team and their top 8 dual team right now also. A lot of depth. If they do have an injury, they got some backups that can step in. That's always nice.
Yeah. Yeah, where you see the Lennox bench, just that looks like they have one in street clothes, but not a lot going on.
They just don't have the depth, that they used to have. Look over on the bench of West Central. I see Caden Rowe talking to Slater Wilson and Tyler Woodring. These kids make friendships throughout the years and compete on the mat and are friends off the mat.
So when wrestling season is over, do they, I know volleyball, basketball have clubs. What does wrestling do?
Yeah, there's a couple. You've got Legends of Gold down in Beersford. You've got Metro Wrestling, that is another club. And then this last year, there's a group out of Brookings that a lot of kids have gone to. So that's the one that's probably picking up the momentum right now. Kids are wrestling up there in Brookings. And
Legends of Gold, for the little I know, seems to be really the gold standard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, they're the first, academy to come into South Dakota, really focus on freestyle and Greco. Really the first place for South Dakota wrestlers that want to train 12 months a year and be a, individual one sport athlete, I guess you could say, and train and have the opportunity to travel. They travel over the Netherlands and wrestle Greco freestyle. just expose kids to a lot of different talent
Sure.
nationally. They do a lot of national tournaments as a team,
Yeah, I've heard a lot about them.
but it takes a kid that wants to put in the extra time.
Yeah.
That's what it starts with. So there's a takedown, and he's going to do an intentional release there, so there's 1 point for Lennox. Hackinson's he's just a phenomenal wrestler again for a young 8th grader. He's going to have a great career ahead of him. Yeah, we talked a little bit about the Titans coaching staff. You got Coach Neeson, the head coach, Britton Heckla, 2-time state place winner, and then you got Todd Gannon. He wrestled for Beersford and Del Rapids, and ironically, Neeson and Gannon wrestled against each other at the state tournament.
Oh, wow.
I asked about the match, and Neeson said it was a tight match and kind of a fluke win that he got. He got a defensive pin over Gannon, so I think they share that story between themselves quite often.
Wow.
Nick Eliason, he wrestled out in Washington, then played football at DSU. So he's kind of our bigger, heavier weight coach, bigger boys. He gets to help out there. And then Jordan Bean, he wrestled for Jackson County, Minnesota, state finalist, then wrestled for Southwest State, Minnesota. And Josh Sundahl, he's from Spirit Lake, Iowa, and was a state finalist and was up in the college room at SDSU. So they got a good variety of talent coaching up there, and that helps different. What I've learned is these kids like different coaches based on styles and connections, and
Sure.
they all just gravitate to the coach that they feel more comfortable with sometimes, and helps them with that growth.
Nice to have variety.
It is.
54-3, Hackinson picks up the win with 1 second to go there.
This is Bentley Klinkhammer. There's the other brother. He receives a forfeit at 113. He had a ton of success as a youth. Probably the most decorated youth wrestler that I've got to witness over the years.
Oh, is that right?
Winning state title. I think he had 8 state titles in a row.
Oh my
as a
gosh.
youth. So you knew he was going to be good. He's only a 7th grader.
Yeah.
He's going to be really good. He already is.
Yeah.
In fact, he's ranked 4th in the state as a 7th grader. It's just unheard of.
Goodness.
Here's a quick shot.
What's preventing West Central from getting a pin here? His arm underneath there?
Yeah, he's just bridging a little bit, keeping that shoulder up. Try to use right there is just his body weight, trying to turn his hips, and then that's going to be a tough one to get out. He uses his elbow a little bit, kind of like a kickstand on a bike, to wedge there to try to get that shoulder from touching and holding it. West Central, if he wants to get the pin, he just gets that chest weight over top of that shoulder, stays on his toes. He got a little bit more weight on his knees. If you get on those toes, it'd help, but he got it.
There it is. Just 56 seconds in. You wrestling referees, you're not running like football and basketball, but you're up and down and on your belly and.
Yeah, it's up and down a lot. Feel it in your knees the next day.
Yeah, I suppose.
And some of these tournaments, I will say the difference is with the Rapid City Invite where I officiated, it was 11 hours on the mat, day one.
Oh my gosh.
And then you got to wake up the next day and do another 6 to 8 hours.
Wow.
So it's a lot of time, consistent time officiating those tournaments.
It's
A lot of mental part of it too. You're watching positions, looking for illegal holds, being in the right position for the scoring.
and you want to get it right every time.
You want to get it right, yeah.
The stress on you that.
Stay focused. You got to stay focused and be in good position. Be patient with your calls.
Yeah.
And then you got to block out the coach and the fans in the background that are screaming stuff that.
The referees in the stands.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can. It's good that we wear these cones over our ears sometimes in basketball, because I've sat down there and I've heard the fans behind me, and I'm like, man, how does a referee? How do you guys do it sometimes when I'm sure you've got different fan bases, are going to maybe get on you more?
There are a little easier in the high school level. I've been officiating college side also, and they're real brutal because they have the mentality they're never going to see you again, so they don't care what they say.
Sure. Oh, wow.
So here's a Whiting from West Central. Hayden. Fireman's carry to his back. Got the takedown for 2. You're going to try to get the near fall. So once you reach a 2 count, you'll get 2 points. So he's got 2. If you get a 5 count, you'll get 3 points in high school. College is a different scoring system, so it's different than college and high school are a little different. Here he's got the legs in. He's guillotine to the back. West Central in total control on this match.
Yeah. 72-3 so far. This one might not last much longer. And you said this was a Whiting?
Yeah, Orlando.
Orlando, okay. 3 Whitings on the team. I see. Senior, a sophomore, and Orlando here is a junior.
Yeah, and one thing you'll notice here is on the program we've got 2 wrestlers per weight at every weight, which is really hard to do.
Yeah.
In today's world. And I can tell you at 106 and 13, they're even deeper than that. They're only showing 1, but they have like 9 kids at 106 that are battling for that spot.
And is that every week? I think Coach Neeson has told me before that it's kind of open.
It's every program, every coach does it a little bit different. Neeson will do every few weeks.
Yep.
So you're not rotating a kid on or off. I think 4 times a season is about what Neeson will do for challenge matches.
We have one more exhibition match right after that match.
Puts a lot of stress on the kids when they got a challenge for that varsity spot. But it also keeps them focused and continuing to try to improve.
Yep.
Yeah, we've had a couple years here where we've had 2 kids that either one of them would have placed in the state tournament depending on who won the match.
Wow.
So we've had a wrestler sit out that would have been a state place winner that just couldn't make the team, but had he lived, had he wrestled 5 miles down the road, he'd be on the podium.
Sure.
So I give credit to those kids that keep battling and helping their teammates, even though they may not be the guy that gets the recognition and gets to go on that varsity spot.
Yeah, just like in every sport, you need those kids to practice, and I think a lot of those kids that stay out, we see it in basketball. We talk about it when we're doing basketball games, and they clear the bench at the end of the game, and you just hope that those kids score or do something right that get the people cheering for them. Exhibition match here, and then this one will be done, I believe. Lennox and West Central girls. Wrestling flags, are you guys still, or not wrestling flags, but Titan flags, are you guys still selling those?
We are, yeah. We're talking in one of our board meetings, and like, gosh, wish we could find a nice Titan flag to hang on the flagpole.
Yeah.
We got a great community that supports their athletics, and so yeah, I found a company that designed that Titan flag, and we sell them as a fundraiser for the wrestling program, and we see them flying proudly at the football games and on flagpoles. And Octane Inc., man, you see that coming right into town every time. So shout out to them for
John and Amanda.
Yeah, so it's great to be part of a community that has pride in their school and pride in the, it means something to be a Titan. And I think all the coaches across this, school have done a great job encouraging that. And
how long have you lived in T?
Yeah, I moved here right before the split between Lennox and T, so 2000.
Okay.
Moved to T and we did a boundary change so that our tax dollars went to T, and so we were here from the beginning.
Yeah.
And
I
it's-
came here right after you, and isn't it amazing? After this was built, this high school, it just, the whole community changed, and it's just been a different place to live. It's like this is the centerpiece of the community, is T Area High School.
Yeah, I give a lot of credit to the administration here. They've done a phenomenal job. You know, we started out as a B school, getting beat in every sport. Everything. You know, nine-man B football. We couldn't score a point if we tried. And every other year we were going up a class, it seemed like.
Yeah, just brutal.
And, you know, I told Dr. Lowry I was so impressed with the school after, you know, my oldest graduated. Now he's going to school, wants to be a dentist. And, you know, to be able to get your first year of college completed in high school is a phenomenal opportunities these students have today. And Connor took advantage of that, and I tell you, it's just if you would have told me that in 2000 before we had brick and mortar built here, I would have never dreamed that, you know, my oldest, the first one to go through this program, would have had that opportunity. So not only on the athletic side, but the academic side. These teachers do the teachers are phenomenal here, and they're just looking for effort. If you put that effort in, they're there to help you.
And I had the same thing. I've got one that can graduate next year if she wants, and probably will, after 3 years. And so it saves me a lot of money, first of all. But yeah, and I've told kids that if that's kind of the Connors are the model, that if you want to put in the work, you can, you know, you don't just have to sit here and till you're a senior. You can really use that senior year, the last few years, to really get ahead.
You know, and it's more than just that. I think, you know, mentally for him, it was 7 years of college seems so much shorter than 8. So he gets 1 year off, right?
Yeah.
And you can thank the T Area High School for that opportunity.
Yeah, we struggled, and then you probably remember 1 year in what was it, 9B, or maybe it was 9A. We threw a Hail Mary and beat the number 1 team, Wagner.
I remember it like yesterday.
Yeah.
In fact, I being from Parkston, Wagner's in our conference, so we compete with them. You know, I competed with them through high school football, every sport, wrestling, you know, when I was growing up. And when we beat Wagner on that on that pass, I remember typing an email to Clayburg the next morning, or on Monday, and congratulating him for what he did in a short period of time.
Yeah.
He stepped into that coaching position.
Yeah, he stepped in. He emphasized the weight room heavily right away, and the changes happened so fast.
Yeah.
And
I remember typing him like, "You don't know who I am, however, great job, congratulations, thank you for what you're doing." And he obviously knows who I am now, but
I'm sure he appreciated that.
Back when he was building that program, it was exciting. That was the biggest school victory at the time.
Yep. I never thought we would get to on the level of West Central in football and Dells. They would come in here and beat us, and then we finally did, and I couldn't believe it. And I still have a ton of respect for. And then I caught myself a couple of years ago, or maybe it was last year. We're playing Yankton in football, and you know, maybe one of the top 3 most storied football programs, and we're hanging with them and beating them, and they paid us back this year. It's okay.
Yeah. You know, the other thing I really, really enjoy seeing here is how the athletes support each other at the different sport levels. You know, it's great to see the basketball players and the wrestlers supporting each other, wanting them to succeed.
Yep. And I know we would have had a lot of them out here tonight if it wasn't for the doubleheader in Vermilion.
Yeah.
And I've talked to some of the kids about that, and how, you know, one program drives another. We see wrestling having this success. We want to do the same thing, and girls soccer, and we want to do what we know we can do it. They did it, and boys soccer, and you know, winning 3 in a row, and it just seems that each program seems to drive the other program, and that's really neat to see.
Yeah, they build those bonds on the football field, the soccer field, and then they go to their next winter sport, and it's wrestling and basketball, so they're separated for a few months, but they're still supporting and wanting to see the success. And
Yep.
well, for those that are watching, this is going to be a very good duel. Team score favored on West Central, I would say, tonight, based on Chet Sarda coming into the lineup. He's been out with an injury, placed third last year. T's got a wrestler out with an injury, Slayer Wilson. Gives a little bit of an advantage there for West Central on paper, but in wrestling, anything can happen.
Yep. Good test for the Titans that come in, 6-2? We can turn it over to PA announcer here.
Yes.
You guys can listen to what's going on here.
Honoring some of our wrestlers.
And 170 pounds respectively. The T-Titan Youth Wrestling Club has begun a tradition of commissioning championship rings to commemorate the individual successes of our athletes. A special thank you to them and all they do to support wrestling in our community. With no further ado, please put your hands together for your 2023 state champions, Madison Lighthouse and Sam Riddell. There will be a number of exhibition matches, JV matches prior to the varsity. We will announce those as they take the match.
Hey, welcome back if you're still with us. I'm Shad Hockey. We are really excited to be joined by Jeremy Eimers tonight. I'm calling myself Captain Obvious because that's about all I can point out. But Jeremy's
You're doing a great job.
You're doing a great job. Jeremy's doing all the wrestling calls here, and high school wrestler, college wrestler, now a high school and college referee.
Girls match, prior to the varsity duel.
And we better watch our P's and Q's this next wrestler. We got the mayor's daughter coming up here, so we don't want to get too carried away.
So here's Emery Volker, 7th grader for T. She is a great competitor, good wrestler.
Leah Schuler, maybe from West Central. Is this Emery's first year? In the
No,
program?
she's been wrestling for a few years now.
Okay, cool.
Had some good success at the youth level already.
Good. Really, really good kid. And volleyball player, too.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice, neat kid. Great family.
Super strong, athletic. Yeah, there's a lot of boys in the youth room that didn't want to wrestle her because of how good and strong she is.
I like hearing that.
Yeah.
I've got a freshman I think was born to be a wrestler, and that when she played soccer, loved playing against boys, loved the contact. We might get her out here still, but I've been trying to urge her into becoming part of this wrestling family here in T. She almost did it this year, but we'll see.
Okay, so Volker just got herself in trouble there a little bit. She got the takedown, and then she got reversed, so it's tied up 2-2. West Central's got a deep half, and this is really difficult to defend. She's got that elbow elevated. Volker's doing a good job trying to fight it, but this is tough. Now she bridged and turned. This is an uncommon spot for Volker. She is not usually on her back.
37 seconds to go.
Another
2-2, 2-4.
half Nelson. She's got to try to peel that off with the left hand and look away. And look how flexible these girls are.
Yeah. And how strong Volmer is getting out of it again almost. Yep.
Oh, and there's a fall.
42 seconds
Great job by West Central there.
Yep, Leah Schuler, I believe.
So that is the match. Really good half Nelson. And Emery, she'll come off with a smile on her face yet. She doesn't let those losses bother her. She's got a great attitude, great sportsmanship.
Yep, they high five as they come back across the mat.
She's a hard worker, so she's right up with Coach Neeson right now, trying to figure out what she did wrong and what she could have done differently.
And Schuler just got her down early and didn't let her back up.
So that's really encouraging to see Emery coming off to the side, going to the head coach and trying to fix her mistakes so she learns from that match.
Yep. Just a 7th grader, so she's got a lot of time left.
And here we're going to see Lainey Haynes again, 8th grader. Just takes a shot, but did not finish yet. Hasn't given up. That's cross body shot. Now she's on her belly. That gets to be hard to defend, and it is, and she gave up the 2. So good job attempting. Just has to, continue to work on finishing on those shots.
2-0 Grunewald.
Here's another half Nelson. Oh, that's a full Nelson. That is illegal. So Laney will receive 1 point for that illegal hold. You can only come under the arm, over the head with one hand and not both.
Okay.
Once both touch the head, it's illegal. It's a safety.
Sure.
So we don't have anyone getting a neck injury. So score 2-1.
2-1.
And look at that physicality. A 2 reversal right to her back, and she's squeezing hard. She's on her toes.
Wow.
Good form, and she ends the match like that.
Lainey Haynes, impressive. Just turned around in a second, and it was over.
So got behind by 2, came back, got a reversal, and showed really good technique on that pin, staying on her toes, and chest-to-chest pressure, elevated that elbow.
Yep. It was a really good match there by Haynes. She high-fives Brianna Johnson on the bench. Doesn't look like Brianna's wrestling tonight.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I'm excited to see what Emery and Laney will end up doing in the future. This is my son, Cade Eimers.
Yep, hasn't wrestled yet tonight. Is it 106?
Yeah, he's weighing in at about 95 pounds. Hopefully he'll be at that 106 next year.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got Caden Rowe. So he's never beaten Caden Rowe. Rowe is a great wrestler. Caden's a little bit heavier. He's like 103,
Okay.
4 pounds.
7th grader, 8th grader?
7th grader. Great kid. These two actually wrestled state finals in the youth one year. And then Cade hasn't wrestled them for a few years. Well, they have. I should take that back. Middle school. Caden Rowe's just been a little bit bigger. But at this age and this level, they're just both trying to get better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't really care about the wins and losses.
Nope.
And I tell you what, they're great friends off the mat.
That's good.
They respect each other, and it's really cool to see. So Cade got in on a good shot there. He's trying to finish it. Rowe is a very skilled wrestler. He's going to be tough to finish on, but good job by both wrestlers right now. Caden's doing a good job defending. Cade's trying to finish by pulling that in, but it's probably going to be a stalemate. That's what it is.
0-0, 102 to go, first period. And so we'll start over.
So there's a shot by Caden. This is tough to defend here.
Right.
He's bringing him back to the center so he can finish him in the mat. And Cade's still turning away. There's nothing yet. And Cade gets a single leg. So no takedown, great defense. We've seen two great defense by both wrestlers so far. Both had good singles.
0-0, 30 seconds to go, second period.
Cade doesn't want, he wants to hang on to that leg and call the still, so they're neutral. So good match so far. First minute and a half, no points scored. Both wrestlers have taken shots and defended them.
You get your leg like that caught in the air, it's almost indefensible, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, Caden's got that length on him there. Cade took a half shot. That's a bad shot. That's going to put him in trouble. He tries to reach again to readjust.
10 seconds here.
Caden's long. He's got to try to defend this. There's a great defense again. I tell you, these two kids are going to be fun to watch in the future.
0-0 after one. Pretty even match here. It's got to be fun that you're friends, but it's got to also ramp it up a little bit that you want to beat him here in the next.
Yeah, I took a picture of them at a tournament 2 weeks ago, and you could have swore they were brothers with their haircuts.
Right. They look alike from up here. Zero still.
Yeah, Cade took down. He had choice there. I think Neeson told him to do that in case there'd be an overtime match. You get choice potentially in that sudden victory. You always look ahead at the potential of what could benefit you.
What's Coach Neeson looking for, like right now, out of Cade Eimers?
So he's looking for him to score, not give up. You know, and right now I would say both of them have the attitude of winning and scoring points. Cade's done a great job right now of got up to his feet, but just couldn't get away, and he got in a good scramble there, but couldn't score any points off of it. Doesn't want to get turned to his back.
Sure.
Caden Rowe is a really good wrestler on top and on his feet. There's Cade.
0-0.
There. Good action.
Still 0-0. 1 minute to go. Second period.
Probably the best I've seen Cade wrestle against Caden.
He's got to be excited to wrestle in front of a nice crowd here.
Yeah, in front of the home crowd. He's got nothing to lose.
Yeah. 45 seconds to go, second period. 0-0.
Most of their matches are 6 points or less between the two, so.
Yeah.
So Caden's got this seat belt. He's trying to get they call it a seat belt. Now he's got a bar arm. This is going to get tough for Cade. He's better
20 seconds to go.
Got to stay smart here and not get turned. Now he's got this bar in 15 seconds. This is going to be tough for him to defend.
10 seconds, period 2. 0-0.
The clock is going to be
3,
Cade's friend here if he
2,
can get to the.
1.
There it is. Still zeros going into the third.
0-0.
So just like that in our JV matches, we're at zeros.
Yeah.
This
Did
West
Caden choose to be down here?
He did, yeah. And this West Central fan, they already know Cade's favorite move and are yelling out what to do. So Cade's going to try not to get high. It's hard on Rowe because he's so long.
1:45 to go, 0-0.
This is where, as a dad, I'd love to yell out and tell him what to do, but it's good for him to develop on his own, too.
Sure, yep. Absolutely.
He's got good coaches in the corner. So Cade likes the cradle, and he's trying to get over that arm, and Rode knows that, so he's defending it really well, keeping that elbow high.
80 seconds to go, period 3, 0-0.
His hips are too low right now. He's got to work up. He should be elevating that ankle.
One minute to go.
It's going to be tough to ride him for another minute. Caden is really, really good and long. As I'm squirming up here in this announcer's booth.
It's got to be tough. This is got to be one of the tougher sports to watch as a parent.
So Cade's getting high here. He's in trouble. He's really in trouble now.
30 seconds to go, 0-0.
Yep, and there he gave up the reversal with 25 seconds left.
2-0 now. 19 seconds
Cade's not
to go.
giving up.
Nope.
He's fighting. Rose got that.
10 seconds to go.
Yep.
5 seconds to go.
And what a great match for both of those wrestlers.
That was a fun one.
Caden keeps his streak alive. But again, it's a good match. So Cade's laces came untied. Bud Postma told him that that's a stall call in the match. So he didn't warn it because Caden was in a scoring position.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. Yep. See him. Is that a veteran official move there?
Yeah, that's the right call. I mean, when you have a wrestler that's going to score, you aren't going to stop the match for a stall call on a warning and penalize the guy that's going to score. So.
Right. Yep. Good call there.
Our next match features Max Lewin from West Central versus Aaron Helper.
So Max Lewin here and Aaron Helber. Gotten to watch Max wrestle Cade a lot over the years. Another good wrestler from West Central. And this should be a good match.
Titans girls basketball up 10, 48-38 in the fourth. Against in a tough atmosphere against a tough Vermilion team. So.
And they're still undefeated?
Titans are still undefeated. Yep. They
Yeah.
played on Saturday at 8 in the morning. We had to go to the Corn Palace. We finished the game at 9:11 in the morning.
Wow.
But they start quick and they've got off. They've won most games by over 25. So they're getting challenged tonight, though. Is this our last JV match? Maybe, maybe not. We might have a couple more.
We got a few more.
Okay.
Looks, yeah. Probably quite a few here. This just shows the depth of those youth programs with the kids coming up and.
Yep, and again they get to get a wrestle in front of the home crowd. Something they don't. It's not like most sports where you play half of them on the road and half of them at home. And wrestling, you don't get many. Sometimes, if any.
Yeah, we get 2 this year. 1 to 2 is all we normally get now.
Yep.
So Lewin's doing a whip over there, trying to, they call it a cow catcher or whip over. Some different names for the same move. Aaron was shot in and didn't get deep there. Probably a stalemate situation here soon if no score.
40 seconds to go, period 1, 0-0 still.
Lewin's getting close to scoring there. He's got that ankle. Aaron does a great job of getting up, but now
20 seconds to go, period 1.
Well, he's defended this a long time.
Yeah.
Could have been a stalemate call, but
Under 10
Bud
to go.
felt that I think Lewin had an opportunity of scoring and didn't want to give that away from him, and he still does. And he didn't. That was close.
0-0, end of 1. And this is for the Titans, Halber. And who is this for West Central?
This is Lewin.
Okay, Lewin.
Max Lewin.
Max Lewin, 0-0.
Max's dad's a heck of a fisherman. He's on the pro circuit, walleye.
Oh,
Good family. I tell you, these West Central fans are a really good group of parents and kids. Have a lot of respect for them and what they've done, how they've built that program up from the ground over there also.
it's good to hear. It's good to hear. It's always fun to know who you're rooting for, and it makes it even more fun when you hear things like that.
Lewin's got a deep bar arm in, and now he just grabbed that wrist, I believe. He's trying to work that pinning move, fall, get some near fall here.
Just over a minute to go, period 2, 0-0.
Aaron's got some toughness to him there. He's not just going to roll over. He's going to fight as hard as he can.
Yeah, this is really similar to what happened the first period.
Another 0-0 match so far. This kind of shows what the future brings for future varsity matches with these two teams. There's a point. That's a big one.
Yeah.
First point scored by Aaron.
1-0 now. Halber over Lewin. 30 seconds to go, period 2. $15 seconds. Still 1-0, Halber. About 5 seconds to go, period 2.
Yeah, neither one of them doing anything there. Just holding out.
$1-0 Halber. Start of period 3.
Yeah, and Max, he chose down there. His goal is to get an escape, tie it up, and put it into overtime or try to get a reversal for 2 and get ahead. Aaron's goal is here just to be smart, stay behind those arms, stay behind the hips, and try to work for a turn.
Still 1-0 Halber here. 1:20 to go, period 3. Halber not taking being as aggressive as he was first match, or hasn't he had the opportunity?
Right now, what he's trying to do is just hold him down and prevent that point scoring. He can take a stall call. You get two stalls. There's a stall call.
Okay.
So that was a good call. Now the next one's 1 point.
Okay.
Bud, as a veteran official, he'll call that. He's not afraid to put it into overtime if it needs to go there. But He's pretty much telling Aaron you can't just cap the ankle and sit on it. You got to work for a pinning combination.
Okay. Under 40 seconds.
Max came up to his feet. Aaron came down to a single leg.
30 seconds.
So now he's got to attempt to take him down. Attempt. There's a stall, and now there's 1 point. Now we're tied. And he's on top yet. This match has a very high probability of going to overtime.
15 seconds, 1-1.
Yeah.
7 seconds to go.
And that was the right stall call on top. He had that single leg, and he did not attempt to take him down.
How long do they get? 5 seconds?
There's no, it's a judgment of the official, but usually kind of a rule of thumb, you're looking at that 5-second mark to be consistent.
Okay.
So now first takedown will win the match. If you take them down to their back, you can pin them.
50 seconds to go. Overtime.
I predicted this would be a good match.
Yeah.
And it ended up being an overtime.
Bud clapping his hands, telling him to get going.
Yeah, they really need to be moving their feet more. They're just standing there. Not good by either wrestler. Either one of them takes a shot, they got a good opportunity, but as a coach, you want to see your wrestlers moving their feet, doing fakes.
20 seconds to go.
Level changes, set up a shot, and they're really just kind of hanging out. Hand control.
10 seconds.
Double stall. Oh, that's the match.
Bud had enough.
Yep, he had enough. And I haven't seen that called in a long time.
So it was a double stall, but since Halber already had one on him, it goes to...
It goes to Max Lewin. Yeah,
Yep.
you'll watch 1,000 matches before you ever see that called. Bud had enough of watching it.
Is he telling them when they're doing that, let's go, get going? Is he
Yeah, there was
constantly
0 attempts.
Yeah.
And again, it's a... He's looking for attempts by him. If Aaron takes a shot, he doesn't get... That call doesn't happen. If Lewin takes a shot, it just happens one way.
Tyria final 51 for the Titans, 42 for the Tanagers. So the Titans moved to 7-0. Lady Titans. Basketball. Solid win. The boys will be coming up. We'll update you on that as that one progresses. And so who do we have here?
Sam Bullis from T. I didn't catch the West Central kid, but there's a quick double leg takedown. So it's 2-0.
Boy, Sam looks like he's grown, added some length. Bullis 2-0 already, 9 seconds in. Seconds left. First period. Bullis 2-0. Freshman for T area.
He's running a half. He's got him turned to his back. He needs to scoop around the head. That's just a technique. You can tell he's young and learning.
He's got him.
There's a fall.
Good job by Bullis. 51 seconds in. It's the pin.
Titans got new singlets this year. So we've got a couple new singlet designs.
Is that the newest one that Bullis
That
is
is.
wearing? Okay.
That's a new one. We got 2 new ones this year, which is always encouraging for those kids.
Yeah.
I remember the first 10 years they were so old they lost their elastic. They would fall off the shoulders. And,
What is one singlet cost about?
probably around $50.
Okay.
Yeah. 50 to 75. Well, there's a headlock. Ooh, and a defense. There's 2 for West Central. So Titans come out, try and throw in a headlock, and rolls through and gets taken down from it.
And who do we have here for the Titans? Boy.
This is Cooper.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Cooper Dundee.
Yeah, so there was a locked hands there by West Central, 1 point for T, and then we had a reversal. So the score is 3-2, T's up by 1. These West Central fans are yelling hands. That means they want to get hand control and try to stand up.
1 minute gone, period 1. Titans up 3-2. Dundee, 3-2 lead.
We're still going through these JV matches. Looks like we're going to have a couple more yet.
Yep.
I see JJ getting warmed up. All right, it's all tied up, 3-3.
3-3. 40 seconds to go in the
There's
first.
a double leg, nice shot, and a takedown.
Dundee gets the takedown, 2, leading 5-3. 30 seconds to go, period 1.
Our varsity match with the Titans and West Central will start at 1:44. So the
Okay.
first duel was 1:32, and then we went to 1:38. So then the third duel will be 1:44. That just gives that wrestler more rest time. Oh, there was a pin. Bud Postma just called the pin right before the buzzer. So that ends that match.
Wow. Dundee gets the pin for the Titans. Right before the horn.
That's what the coaches want to see. They want to see you wrestle to the whistle.
Yeah.
And sometimes you get a good break like that. This is a wood ring, and let's see who West Central is.
Our next match for West Central, Jet Whiting.
Jeb
Jet Whiting.
Waiting. The fourth Whiting. Wow.
Yeah, Mason Woodring. So this is Tyler Woodring's younger brother. So takedown West Central, 2-0. And he's got a cradle hooked up. Woodring's on his back. Woodring's goal here is to try to break those hands and kick
Right.
that right leg straight. Well, without pinning yourself. And it's over. That was a quick one.
38 seconds in, Whiting gets the win over Woodring. Now, maybe one JV.
And we have a Mohawk. Mr. T.
I saw that on the bench. I don't think he's wrestled yet, but I saw that over on the bench, and why not? Well, you can.
Our next match for West Central, Braxton Miller and T area, Dalton Cooper.
Braxton Miller and Dalton Cooper, I think.
Yep. Miller, 8th grader. Are we going to see Theek Lual wrestle tonight? He's a large 8th grader for the Titans.
I am not sure.
Yeah. I see him over there, but I don't know if he's going to wrestle or not.
4-1. West Central leading here. Miller,
Yeah, just
Braxton.
40 seconds into this one.
Looks like he's got a little strength over him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and he made a mistake.
Oh.
There's a reversal, and he's on his back. Oh, too near fall. Just like that, he's back in it.
Wow.
Titans are actually up 5-4.
Yeah.
And now he's got him on his back for more near fall. What a change of events this is. And he's fighting hard.
Yeah,
Well,
he
it
is.
was a one-sided match there
Right.
for the first period, and now it's just flipped.
5-4, 40 seconds to go, first period.
He's trying to get and he got the fall.
Wow.
What a comeback.
Is that Cooper for the Titans?
Yeah, so a no give up attitude there, and comes from behind and gets the fall.
Yeah.
It really is off a mistake from West Central. He kind of did a underhook, and he was going to try to go over and pulled him on top of him instead. So it's just a experience thing. And here's our boxer,
Yeah. Fennell.
Fennell. There's a good takedown.
Quick 2 points for Swore in the first 5 seconds of this match.
Yeah, and he's really learning the sport yet,
Yeah.
trying to figure it out. There he's got a crossface cradle hooked up. The Titans like to do the cradle.
.30 seconds in, Swore and the Titans lead 2-0. JV match here.
There we go. So there you want to. There is where you want to see Fennell have a little bit better hand grip, so that doesn't break. We stress that a lot. Hand grip's a big deal. Wrestling, and it translates over into football too.
Sure.
There's a half Nelson. Getting more near fall. Fennell's got control of this match so far.
Yeah, Fennell Swore leading 5-0, 50 seconds left. First period, and
It's over.
Kind of dominated that from the get-go.
Looks like we've got at least 3 more junior varsity matches. Catch the names here.
Our next man for West Central Florida Titans of the T area, Ashton Smith.
Corbin Ridings and
Smith.
Ashton Smith.
Ashton Smith.
Ashton is a sophomore and Corbin is a 7th grader.
Yeah. I think the guy in the blue is probably going to win this one. Ashton Smith for the Titans, the sophomore.
And he takes a shot and he's rewarded with a takedown.
2 points for Smith and the Titans. 40 seconds into this one.
A Central wrestler thought he had some blood.
Yeah.
I think Bud told him to suck it up and keep wrestling.
2-0 so far for Smith and the Titans. 45 seconds into period 1.
There is blood time in wrestling. You get up to 5 minutes.
Okay.
Don't think I've ever seen a match called because of blood, but I have seen it very close. There was a state finals match one year where there was probably less than 10 seconds left.
Oh.
And you didn't want to see a state title match get called for blood. So
Was the one that the bleeder, was he winning?
I don't recall, but it's just one of those where you want it to be won on the mat, not because of the technicality of that. So still in the JV action here, 2-0 T. Ashton Smith on top. There he's got a crossface cradle. He's this hooked up, pulling it back. Lost his hand grip again. These boys need to work on their hand grip.
15 seconds to go, period 1. Smith for the Titans up 2-0.
4-0. He just got a near fall. Yeah.
5 seconds. .40 Smith and the Titans after 1. Smith gets the call.
No leg bands tonight. Usually there's leg bands, but veteran Bud Postma, he knows if there's leg bands, that's probably 15 extra minutes of being on the mat. So he knows who's home and away. Keep the match flow going.
That's right. 4-0 Smith and the Titans.
And they chose neutral. And there's a shot and a takedown.
2 more points for Smith, 6-0.
This match is a good example of the aggressive wrestler is taking the shots and they're scoring the points. And that's what the coaches try to implement. Be the aggressor, you'll score the points and usually come out on top.
Yeah.
Here he's got trying to get a butcher, they call this. So he's come walking around the head, got the hand above the elbow, he's got near fall. And this is looking pretty flat, getting close.
55 seconds to go.
Plenty of time on the clock.
There
And there it is.
Smith gets the pin, the win for the Titans.
J.J. Wilgers, he's our only freshman, has been our only freshman for the entire youth program he's been going through.
Huh.
Surprising with the
Next match, West Central has Braxton Huber. And West
Braxton Huber,
Central,
ninth grader. And he looks strong. Ooh, and to his back. He just out-muscled JJ there. JJ likes to throw, and he fought off his back.
Nice.
Definitely a difference in strength here.
5-0 lead now, West Central, 30 seconds in.
Yeah, it's always been interesting to have grades the size we have and only have one wrestler the entire last 5 to 10 years
That's
come
crazy.
through. JJ loves the sport, works hard.
Sister played football for a year.
Yeah, she did.
Liza. 5-0 here, West Central. Halfway through the first period.
Oh, and there's JJ. He does a Granby roll. He's got him reversed, and now he's getting near fall. Oh, and he might get reversed right back, and he does.
7-4.
I don't know if that score, yeah, that is right. Oh. So we got 2 near fall for West Central, and then we got 1 escape for JJ.
9-5.
Oh, and he lateral drops him to his back. That's a takedown for 2, and he's getting near fall. We'll see if he can keep his leg in. 2 more back.
So 9-9 in the first. Just 90 seconds into this one.
And they've both been on their back.
Yeah. Wow.
And he's just a little too strong to hold down. Again, JJ likes to throw. He's getting that over-under hook right there. He's wanting him to push back in, and if he does, he's going to try to launch him.
10-9 West Central, 10 seconds to go, period 1.
Oh, there's a good throw by. Can he finish it? And he doesn't. Good effort. Just ran out of time.
10-9 West Central, entertaining period 1.
Definitely was. 19 points for these big boys. Lots of near fall points.
They are both in the 175 category, so.
And JJ likes that hip roll there.
Yeah.
And he's got a reverse half. Is he strong enough to pull him back? We'll see here. He's doing the right thing by walking towards the head to the left.
11-10, Wilgers takes the lead back. 30 seconds into period 2.
Just too strong to get him in that move. He's got him in a front headlock. Now they're free. And we're tied up again. 22 points scored so far.
Wow.
Uh-oh. And he's got the takedown to his back.
2 points for
And there's a fall.
Wow.
So JJ, he relies on his throws, and they come through for him.
Wilgers for the Titans. In most entertaining JV match, maybe match period tonight.
20-some points in a period and a half. And that kid is built like he is a. Tell he spent some time in the room.
Yeah, and both of them.
Man.
Our next match for West Central, Cash Gary, Sierra Malachi Wilgers.
Cash Gary, 190. Malachi Wilgers, I believe, right?
Yep. About 190 for these guys. Is this Wilger's brother then?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
And the crowd is excited here.
Yeah. 4-0 quickly for Gary. Just 2-0, my bad. 30 seconds in. Pin for Gary, 38 seconds, the first period.
One of my fellow reffing buddies, Clark Slykehouse, sending me a text. He must be listening in.
Hi, Clark. Where's Clark at? Is he at home in T?
Could be.
The roads are fine if he wants to come here and watch a really good varsity match in a couple minutes.
Jaden Waltner here. Another big boy.
Yeah. Zero, 30 seconds in, period one.
Jaden's another wrestler that likes to throw a headlock. So we'll see if he goes to his bread and butter. Nice arm drag attempt.
Still 0-0. 1 minute in.
There's a shot. Fireman's carry. Takedown to his back.
2 points West Central. 2 more, 4-0 West Central here.
Don't see the big boys throwing the firemen's very often. That was a really good one. Good to see. Good technique.
25 seconds to go. First period.
Oh,
15.
he's attempting just to break down. He's got a wrist and ankle, trying to flatten him out. Jaden, he needs to work up here, get his head off the mat, and try to build up and stand up.
West Central, period one.
Green deferred, so T defers. West Central chose down. Start of the second period.
Second period, West Central 4-0 lead. This might be the last JV match. It's kind of looking like that. Titans, after the first period, Vermilion Titan boys basketball leading 14-11. Right on cue, I picked him to win that by 1. So.
So there's locking hands, 1 point. And there's a warning and a 1 escape.
What was the warning for?
There was a penalty for 1 point, then it was a stall call, and then it was an escape.
Okay. 5-0 West Central. 5-0 West Central. 1 minute in.
West Central is staying in good position. Jaden's got an underhook there, jacked up. See if he uses it.
6-0.
And a headlock. Here's the headlock, and it slips.
Eight 8-0 now, West Central lead. 20 seconds to go, period 2. Ten seconds.
Head lever on top. Working the wrist. Short time.
8-0 West Central going into period 3.
So Jaden's behind by 8, so he chose top here. His goal here is to get him on his back. He's got a pretty big deficit to try to get himself out of, so best opportunity is try to get him turned and get a pin. Bud Postma used to do a lot of college officiating. Just doing high school now.
Does he still do quite a few?
He does, yes.
How many do you do a year?
I've had to cut back with my kids wrestling.
Yeah.
So I probably have 10 this year, but these last 4 or 5 years I just cut back because of my boys wrestling.
Absolutely. Don't want to miss that.
Try to just schedule events where when they're not on the mat,
Right.
or don't miss too much of their stuff.
8-0 West
All
Central.
right, good
1
hand
minute.
control there, and there's 1 point. So now it's 9-0. 50 seconds. New wrestling mat. T's first time
Yeah.
debuting. That's nice looking. A little different color scheme, gray and blue.
Yeah, I thought we had just gotten a new one not too long ago, a few years ago. Maybe it's been longer than I thought.
Yeah. Oh, that was a nice lateral drop, but landed out of bounds. Good hustle to the center.
Yeah, 9-0.
That's what you want to see as a coach. Even though your kid, your wrestler's behind and they're not giving up and they're hustling, going after them.
20 seconds to go, still 9-0. Under 10 seconds. West Central is going to take this one 9-0.
Good match for both of those young wrestlers.
Good job by Smith. Didn't give up there.
Waltner.
Waltner, that's right.
There we go.
A little behind the times.
Here's Emery Volker.
Volker. And we'll see who she's taking on here from West Central.
Our next match for West Central, Leah Schuler, and for T area, Emery Volker.
Leah Schuler.
Yeah.
You might know Emery's dad.
Who's that?
Volker.
Yes. That's why I said we've got to walk the straight and narrow during this one or don't get in trouble.
All right, let's see if Emery can rebound from that last match where she had a tough loss there.
Yeah.
Got a tight half Nelson, put to her back. And she does. Look at her go.
Wow.
Takedown. Look at the physicality she has, strength. There she's trying to be on her toes. We're going to go out of bounds, though. And then we're out. But great takedown to the back. 5-point move.
I have met Emery before, and she's about as sweet as they come, but she doesn't wrestle like that.
It's like a light switch. She steps on the mat, it's all business.
Wow.
There she locked hands. So
Oh,
got to release hands as soon as they come to the mat. That's something you learn as you get more experience.
so 5-1 Volker after the locked hands.
Yeah, I think if we had gymnastics here, I could imagine how I bet Emery would be a phenomenal gymnast.
Yeah.
She's just so strong. What I've noticed when she's wrestling in the youth side, she just has that mental toughness to her.
That's great. Leading 5-1, minute to go in the first.
Okay, now Blake throws hands when you come to the mat. Up to her. There she goes to the back.
Good fight by Schuler here.
Yeah,
For the time
definitely.
being. Volker appears to be too much.
And that's a pin.
Yeah, great job. Great job by Volker. Great job by Schuler to fight it off for a while.
Yeah, both of those girls are going to be great in the future. Good sportsmanship at the end.
Good to see. Seen Volker do that both times. A high five when you come across the. She did it once when she lost, and she did it when she won. So
Yep. And again, she comes off looking for suggestions from the coach.
yeah,
And now we've got Lainey Haynes. She's getting a lot of mat time tonight.
yeah,
I believe this is their third match.
I think so.
And she's got a headlock. Almost started out looking like a little bit of a boxing match.
Yeah, 2-0 Haynes. "30 seconds into this one.
Very cautious not to lock her hand. She knows what she should and shouldn't do. Really good to see.
Yeah,
She's got this. And there it is.
Haynes, 51 seconds.
That was really smart on her half. She had a few times where she could have almost got close to locking hands, and she didn't. Keep the match going, get to the fall.
Yep.
I'm going to step away.
Yeah, see you in a bit. 1:44 coming up, so that's the end of JV. And so Jeremy's going to step away. His son, Austin, will be wrestling here, and I believe for the first time this year. He's been out due to injury. Austin's brother Connor also wrestled here. And they've got one more coming. And Jeremy's done a great job here so far today. I'm glad he agreed to do this because I know next to nothing about wrestling, to be honest. Here is Austin Eimers. And I believe this is Landon Klinkhammer. So this is a good matchup here. Eimers' first match this year. Still 0-0. Andrew's going to fill in. He's running the camera, and he's going to fill in now. You tell me what you see, buddy.
I'll do as best as I can. Not nearly as well as Jeremy, but I can definitely help.
34 seconds in, 0-0 still.
So Eimers has that single leg.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
And
What
there
does he get for that? 2 points? Leg, what is that, like a leg sweep? That was nice. 2-0 Eimers,
So
1 minute in.
just gets the takedown there. No near fall. Near fall has to be at least that 3-second count in order to
Okay.
get that extra 2 points.
Still 2-0 45 seconds to go, period 1.
And Austin being very aggressive.
Yeah.
Fans a little upset with.
Yeah, we probably heard that on TV. 30 seconds to go, 2-0 lead, Eimers. 20 seconds to go, 15 seconds now. Under 10 seconds to go, Eimers still 2-0. That's how first period will end. Eimers 2-0. And so who has the decision here? West Central?
Yeah, West Central had the decision on this one, decides to take the down position.
Klinghammer going down, 2-0 lead by Eimers, second period just starting.
Wants to at least try and get that point if he can
Sure.
get the escape.
Get a point back, trailing 2-0. How long do you get to escape? Do you get as long as you want, as long as you escape?
So as long as you're not trying to actively stall,
Okay.
as long as you're trying to work to actually get to the escape, you'll get as long as you can. And again, the top position that they can get stalling as well. They just have to continue work to trying to get a pin. So it's kind of on both wrestlers, and when you're in this kind of a position to try and take advantage of where what position you have.
Sure. 2-0 Eimers, still 50 seconds to go in the second period. And it's been Eimers on top this whole period, which can't be easy to do. It'll take a lot of strength.
Definitely does, but there's a lot of hard work being in the down position too.
Right.
Especially if you have somebody as aggressive as Austin has been. So there's that reversal.
20 seconds, 2-2, 15
so
seconds.
Klinghammer gets 2 points for the reversal there.
Crowd standing up, 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go. And that'll be that.
Klinghammer able to get the reversal, try to get an armbar in, just too late in the period.
Yeah, now Eimers will go down, I believe.
Yep.
2-2. 2 minutes to decide this one, maybe. May take longer. Really spirited match for the fans here.
And given how close the match has been, if Eimers can get the escape, that really could mean the match.
Good, right. 20 seconds in, 2-2. Third period.
So Klinghammer's working that armbar in again. And there's going to be a near fall for him. Eimers is going to try and get a reversal here. He gets the reversal,
2-2.
and he'll get the reversal, but he won't get the near fall.
1:10 to go, third period, 4-4 now.
So 4-4. That was a near fall for Klinghammer, reversal for Eimers.
Okay.
Eimers had him on his back, but didn't have him down long enough to actually get the near fall on that.
55 seconds, third period.
Eimers is trying to work in the cradle, goes across, and there he's got it in. He's got the near fall.
4-4, 35 seconds
Crowder
to
shouting
go.
for Klinkhammer to break the hands. That will allow him to escape out of this cradle.
22 seconds to go. 15 seconds, 4-4. Looks like both are out of gas. We might end this one 4-4 in the third.
Well, Eimers is going to get 3 points for the near fall now that Klinkhammer's regained that position, so that will be the win.
So that one's over. Wow. That was a great one. Eimers Klinkhammer. Outstanding. Eimers takes the first match. Woo. And now Jeremy will join us again. Well, thanks for filling in. That you picked a good one.
Come on, Hayden, let's go.
At 150 pounds, West Central sends out Hayden.
150 pounds. Hayden Whiting,
Cheddar.
Jackson Cheddar. Wow, Jeremy, that was that
Yeah.
was quite the match.
That's why I couldn't be Mike for that one. That was a good debut match for him.
Yeah, that was wow. And now you're getting some grief.
Little Parkston blood there. Mom from Klinkhammer's from Parkston. I'm from Parkston, so
Okay. Oh wow.
yeah. So it's
Man, that one was came
was
right down to the
it
wire.
did.
It looked like it was going to be all Eimers, and then here comes Klinkhammer, and then it was Eimers in the end. So this is Jackson Cheddar and Hayden Whiting. So this should be another good one. Senior and Cheddar, sophomore for Whiting.
Yeah, and they haven't matched up yet this year. There's only 4 of our kids that have matched up. So this is one that hasn't, so it'll be a good one to watch. Ooh, there's a great shot. Nothing. And that is a veteran official call right there. Not being patient, waiting for it to go.
Yeah. 0-0. He told me today he was going to face, he knew he was going to face Whiting here, and so he was kind of getting ready for this one. He also told me he asked him to pick out a staff member. Mr. Kohler is who Jackson Cheddar picked. He said he feels like he cares about it.
Finish it. There you go. Look at that aggressiveness there. I'll tell you what, that was
2-0 Cheddar.
Whiting had the good shot on the first time. Jackson responds. He's got a cradle hooked up, but he lost it. Now he's got a leg in. No near fall, 1 count.
2-0 Cheddar, 20 seconds to go, period 1.
And the Titans love the cradle. Here it is. We practice this a little bit when they're in the youth.
10 seconds, 5 seconds.
Oh.
Should be close.
Oh, and that is a big fight by Whiting. That was a close.
Yeah,
No
I thought he
foul.
had him. 5-0 Cheddar after the first.
And bonus points will be huge in tonight's duel.
Come on, Hayden.
Yeah.
Titans will need every bonus point they can get to have an opportunity here, as West Central's favored.
Yeah.
Both kids really coming out and wrestling hard, though. No stalling at all. They both want to win.
Yeah, this has been 2 good ones in a row so far.
So he's got to attempt to take it or it's stalling. So if he's not attempting, he is attempting. There he returns them. Whiting can't just hang on. There he go out of bounds.
Hey, keep burying, Hayden.
1:28 to go, second period. Cheddar 5-0 lead.
Keep grinding, Hayden.
So Hayden, he's a sophomore. He's got a couple more good years ahead of him.
Yep.
There's a hard switch right off the whistle. He's scooting his hips. He's trying to get 2 here. There he gets the other ankle. Can he work up? And there's 2 reversal.
Jackson told me he was winning 10-1 a match this year and just got caught on his back. And
He did. His Rapid City invite, I felt really bad for him. Kid, he was dominating the match. Oos. There he rolls, throw over his back, keeps his hips in bounds. He's getting near fall. He's trying to get this. Now his hands just broke. Whiting's doing a good job fighting hand control here. Cheddar's not giving up. He's a little relentless here. He wants to get this fall for the team. And there's a fall. There's a big bonus point match for Cheddar in front of his home crowd as a senior.
And win number 100.
There it is. He knew that coming in also.
Yeah, congratulations to him. Gets
Yeah.
the pin, and the Titans lead 9-0. And what is
So Cole Grocott, good coach there, he's questioning the toes and the 2 points coming in. You have to have the knees inside the cylinder to get a pin, which Cheddar did, I believe. But he's just questioning why that wasn't out of bounds. So,
It's close.
so now we got Carson Moore.
There they'll announce Jackson Cheddar.
So this is going to be a Vessels next. But yeah, Cheddar for his 100 wins. Congratulations, Jackson Cheddar.
Yeah, what an accomplishment. He knew this one was going to be tough coming in, he told me today, but it didn't end up being that tough after all.
Now Keaton Vessels, he's got a lot of good technique. He's quick on his feet. This is a matchup of number 5 and 6 rated kids in the state. Keaton is ranked 5th. Carson's ranked 6th. Expect a good duel out of these two. Keaton placed 5th in the state tournament last year.
Wow. Is Carson a kid that's really improved over?
He's always been good. He's just had battles. You know, last year him and Austin had to challenge for varsity, and it was overtime matches all the time.
Wow.
Year before it was Austin, first Henriksen, and Austin challenging. So we were just kind of bunched up there for a couple years, and due to that, he's a kid that would have been on the podium had we weren't so deep in those weight classes.
So good for him to stick with it and get his opportunity
Absolutely.
this year.
Helps his teammates out a lot, getting better, pushing them. He's just, I tell you, he's so strong, and when he commits, it's hard to stop.
This would be
Keaton Vessels are probably a little more technical savvy than Lore. Lore's just a lot more driven, and I wouldn't say more driven than Keaton because Keaton's really driven also, but Lore's just a strong, driven kid. Whereas Keaton is very technical. Right there is a really good move. Lore's good on his reshot there, got the single, trying to keep him in bounds, going, switching off to the double leg. He still doesn't have it. He needs to come up to his feet and shelf it. But now he's on to one leg on the ankle. He needed to stay on 2. He's trying to outmuscle him, and that cost him that takedown.
And they're saying he's pulling his hair as the Titan bench.
He's saying pulling his headgear. There's Bud. He's can't see the headgear because he's got so much hair.
Yeah, but it did seem like he had his hand locked in something there. 10 seconds left in 0-0 first period.
Ooh, that's what you don't want to see out of Carson is standing straight up, backing out, taking a rest. Keaton on the attack. You see who has a bigger gas tank. I think that's going to come down to this match. They're both.
Yeah, this has been intense.
They're half empty, and we're in period 2.
Start of period 2, 0-0.
A lot of action. Again, number 5 and number 6 rated kids in the A's. We knew it was going to be a close, good match, or should be. So far, it's proven to be.
Yep.
Carson's got an ankle. He's just gonna try to lift or muscle. Here's Vessels. Now Carson gonna try to come out the back door through the legs, and he does, but he doesn't get the 2. He only gives up the 1. That's a win for Keaton Vessels, and Lord gives up 1 and could have had 2.
Yep. 1-0 Lore and the Titans.
And you hope that point doesn't haunt him later in the match. Now Vessels. There's a little edge of the mat wrestling. Lore needs to circle in on that situation, or he could get called for stalling. Instead, he shot back, which was good. Right there, Carson needs to work his stay in the center of the mat. Your goal is always to be wrestling in that small circle on the mat
Okay.
and not the edge. So right there, he needs to circle in. Carson's driving him straight out.
1:03 to go. Lohr still 1-0
Oh, Lauren,
lead.
there's a stall call on Lohr. Kind of a late call. Either way, it's a stall call.
1-1 now after the stall call.
So that first one's just
Or
a
no,
warning.
You're
just
right.
a
I was
warning.
going to say, did he?
Just a warning.
Okay, yeah, I don't remember
Vessel's
him
got
getting
in on
another
a deep shot there. I'd say, and to his back. Oh, no. No back points.
2 points. Vessels. He takes the lead 2-1. 45 seconds to go. Period 2.
Carson looks a little gassed already.
Yeah, I think you were spot on about the gas tank here.
Hey, we need this. Let's go.
43 seconds to go. Period 2. Vessels 2, Lohr 1.
Lohr's got his head hanging. That's not good.
Right.
To have that head up and be working for a stand-up. Now Vessel's got a leg in.
30 seconds.
Carson's going to want to try to get that leg out of there.
20 seconds to go. Period 2.
Vessel's working the legs and the head really hard. Lohr's bellied out. Ankles in the air.
8 seconds.
Deep waist by Carson. Or I'm sorry, by Vessels.
And that's going to be it. Period 2. Vessels 2, Lohr 1 going into period 3.
All right, Vessels is down. Carson's on top.
Whose call was this?
Vessels chose down.
Okay.
This is called optional start. Carson's going to put his hands on the middle of the back, and he's just going to release him. Okay, so now Vessels gets 1, so now it's 3-1. And Carson wants to get a takedown here.
Okay.
So you need to move his feet a little bit. He's standing flat-footed. Carson's behind. He's got to be the aggressor here in the third period. And Vessels, he takes a nice shot. He's got a single leg. He's got it shelved. Got the head. He's going, and no finish. Whew. That looked like Vessels almost had a cradle hooked up, which could have took him to his back. The strength of Carson straightens his body out, breaks that lock.
Nice. 90 seconds to go. 3-1 Vessels.
Carson's been called for stalling. He needs to be the aggressor. He's behind.
Yeah, 1:15.
There he goes. He gets a shot, but he makes a huge mistake there, and he lets go. You want to keep 2 hands on that one leg. He releases it, and one hand will not pick up that single.
Right.
That's
1 minute.
the second time he's done that. So if Carson wants to win this match, he needs to do that single shot and keep those 2 hands around the leg. Now he's attacking. That's good to see. We got 50 seconds left. Vessel's tying up his hands, slowing him down. Standing straight up until he's getting tired when you stand up. Now they both kind of shot at the same time.
35
Under overhook,
seconds.
and they go out of bounds. Now there's warning red. So they've both been warned. Vessel's got blood. Vessel's got blood. This could be a break for Lohr.
Right.
Get a little breather.
Right. They've started the 5-minute clock.
Got the cotton up. Once they get it stopped, they stop the clock. And then it's cleanup time, and that doesn't count towards your 5 minutes.
Okay.
So Lohr needs to get his headgear strapped and get back to business. Close match as we predicted. One takedown could tie this.
Yeah, 3-1.
Both been called for stalling. Bud Postman doing a good job on the stall calls. Keep the action going. Keep the kids moving. 24 seconds. Vessels knows he can give up a stall and still win the match. Lohr has to shoot. 15 seconds. This will be really difficult now for Carson to get this. 10 seconds.
5 seconds.
And another shot. Warning, there's one.
1
second. And that's going to be the match, 3-1. 3-2, I'm sorry, 3-2.
Yep.
1 second. And there's another shot.
3-2, great match.
Not
Vessels
enough.
and Lore.
So 5-6 rated in the state. Keaton Vessels 5, Carson Moore 6, and that was a 3-2 match, just as we expected.
Yeah, wow.
I'm going to step away for this one, and I'll be back.
All right, buddy. Titans, I don't think I announced that Titan boys tied at halftime. Boys basketball down in Vermilion.
Well, it's hard to announce a tie in the boys' game when we've got some great wrestling going on right
Golly.
now.
And you know, I've never gone to a school that have wrestling. I don't know anything about wrestling, but I've been on the edge of my seat here. Just these have been great, great varsity matches, just like Jeremy predicted so far.
Wow.
And this is Dawson Eimers, a junior.
As
the
mentioned
Titans.
before, I mean, West Central has a lot of size. They are picked to be the favorites,
Yep.
and so when you see a really good match like that, it's hard to go to any other action.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you hear the fans in here, and it's really fun to watch.
Yep. Preston Eimers, junior. Chandler Sarda, senior. So
Yeah, Dawson.
Dawson.
Eimers.
Too many Eimers in the wrestling program over the years. Preston has moved on. This has Connor, and we have Dawson and Austin.
And Dawson really needs to break the hand control. Sarda's got a lot of things going on. He's trying to do a double leg right now.
Now 43 seconds.
That really flattens Dawson out, so he doesn't have that control to be able to try and actually get his base up and get out, get that escape.
30 seconds. Sarda leads 2-0.
But Sarda is getting starting to get a little high. There's going to be near fall. 3 for sure.
Might get the pin here. 15 seconds. Can Eimers hold on? 10 seconds.
So Dawson able to just hold on.
Yep, 3 seconds to go. We'll move on to period 2. Is it going to be 5-0?
Yeah, that'll be 5-0 with that 3 for that 5-second near fall.
All right. 5-0. Sarda.
Let's go, Chandler!
So Sarda given the choice, he chooses down, which he's had a lot of the control in this match. So getting an extra point from the escape will be his intent here.
9-3 Titans early. I don't think that's a big surprise. I think this match and ones to come are the ones the Titans are probably going to worry about more. We have Sam Wardle, state champion, coming up next, however.
There, Eimers able to get near fall.
Going to get 2
Sarda.
for that.
He'll get 2, but there is a reversal.
5-2 for now. Now
So it'll be
7-2.
7-2 now.
Eimers really battling here. Looked like he was going to get pinned almost the first period. Now he's fought his way back. Just over a minute to go, second period.
Sarda's trying to work in a cradle here.
1 minute, second period. 7-2 Sarda. Stall or what do we have here?
So it looked like stall violation is what
So 8-2.
Postman was saying.
I didn't understand what happened, but that's okay because of the fans below me didn't know what was happening either, so I wasn't the only one clueless. 8-2, 40 seconds to go, period 2. Sarda Trojans, top of Eimers and the Titans. 30 seconds.
So there's reversal.
Reversal for Eimers, now 8-4. 15 seconds to go for Eimers and the Titans in period 2. Five seconds to go. 5-7 now, so Eimers within striking distance. It's going to come down to the third period. And the scores table is going to call over referee Postma. Just explaining. No, so now it's 8-4. It's not 7-5. So 2-point deficit now is a 4-point deficit. That makes it a lot harder for Eimers to come back here in period 3.
Well, instead of just an escape, I mean, instead of an escape for Eimers, he'll probably be looking to actually get that reversal, try to turn that reversal into near fall. I mean, you get a reversal into a 2-second near fall, that's already 4 points. It'd be 8-8 tied. If he gets a 5-second near fall, then you're looking at 9-8. You're looking at 9-8.
Yeah, it'd be nice if that happened. Oh, so Eimers gets the unsportsmanlike.
So Eimers called for an unsportsmanlike.
9-4. Third period.
So Eimers with a roll.
90 seconds to go. This might be Eimers' best chance right here.
That would be his best chance. Definitely has the reversal right there.
9-6.
Now he's going to work it in the cradle. And there it is. There's the cradle. No near fall, though. No near fall. Wasn't down long enough.
Still 9-6.
Sarda
showing a
breaks hands and able to get his head out.
burst of energy. 1 minute to go. Eimers trailing by 3. Looked for a second like he had saved some energy and he was going to use it here in this last 90 seconds. We'll see. Still 9-6, 45 seconds to go, period 3.
So Eimers is in a bit of trouble. His hips are really high right now.
30 seconds.
Sarda couldn't break out. There he's got a reversal. It's really hard for Eimers to come back from this right here.
Yeah. 20 seconds to go. Now it's 11-6, so this one will likely go to Sarda, barring a last-second miracle here. It's amazing how quickly it quiets down. 9 seconds to go, 11-6.
So Postma calls the stall.
Oh, okay. I've got a fan that I'm seeing that's going to sleep really well tonight that's been putting a lot of energy into cheering here. Sarda 11-6 over Dawson Eimers.
Yeah, great win for Sarda. A lot of fight from Eimers.
Yep.
As we saw, he was pretty close to being pinned right away in the first period. So
Yeah, that's
for him
true.
to really fight and get a few of those reversals, it's a great match.
Yeah, fun to watch. Sam. Wordle. Returning state champ, Caden Grocott. Welcome back, Jeremy.
Back. Well, that was number 2 and number 3 in the state-rated kids there, and that was an interesting match.
Yeah, that looked like Dawson was in trouble right away and fought his way back, and then started the third. Looked like he might come out and get a pin.
Yeah, 2 big penalty points. Didn't cost the match, but definitely played a factor in it.
Yeah.
Here's Sam Wardle, returning state champ, got a tight cradle hooked in. I think this is Grocott, if I recall.
Yep, this is Grocott.
Yeah.
Sam likes these matches from what he told me. He likes wrestling the good wrestlers. And wow,
There's a pin.
40 seconds in.
So two-time place winner for T, 5th 2 years ago, and then a state champion last year as a sophomore.
Yeah, 17-2 on the year, and he told me that he really gets up for these. It's easy to get up for these big matches like this one. And Keegan DeYoung, senior, just second year in wrestling, and went to state last year, right? Didn't place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that kind of unheard of to?
You know, he had a great year last year. He progressed as the season went on. Struggling a little bit this year, just not having the same level of success, but it's just the figuring out the moves and the positions. And he's also diabetic, so he's got to watch his, his sugar levels, all that stuff plays a role, and making sure he's eating the right foods. And
MSU Moorhead football player. They're going to play him at running back up there.
Yeah, and I think he kind of came out for wrestling to help his football career.
Yeah.
I believe it definitely did there.
Yeah.
Takedown 2.
He said he realized he wasn't going to probably get on the court in basketball, so he said, I wanted to do something where I could at least perform, and he's done well.
Yeah.
Trailing this one 2-0, a minute to go in the first.
Ooh.
And I believe he was talking about Grocott, two-time state placer, I believe he told me, did Keegan. And so he kind of knew what he had in front of him tonight. He also is a fan of Mr. Kohler in the classroom, said he really has enjoyed his classes in his high school career. 2-1, Grocott. .30 seconds left.
I don't know if this is Grocott.
First period. I thought that's what they said.
Is that what they said? Okay.
I thought so. In basketball and volleyball and football, we have numbers on the uniforms.
There we go.
Our football spotter is very critical of some of the numbers that come in here. If you have like a black jersey with a blue number, he's very vocal about letting you know if it's a good number or if they have them in the shoulder pads or not. Under 10 seconds to go.
Oh, he reached over the top. Another
Grocott, we believe, 2 late points there, 4-1. What were those 2 points for?
Takedown there.
Okay. 4-1. Titans still leading 15-6 for now.
This is Race Whiting.
Okay, Race Whiting.
Yeah,
Yep.
Race Whiting, he went up to 90, and Cale Grocott was down at 75.
Okay.
So.
Yep, Race senior. Keegan DeYoung a senior. Told me his dad, Len, was an all-state football player. I still don't believe him. No, I'm just kidding. 4-1 now, Whiting.
All right. This is a swing match here. Both teams need a W here. And
yeah.
We've got a cradle hooked up. We're getting one. This is not good for DeYoung. And Whiting's got this tight. This is going to be tough to defend. And he gets out of it somehow.
Wow.
Keep wrestling. He stops wrestling there for some reason. Close to a pin.
7-2 now, Whiting, West Central.
There is a little bit of aggressiveness, finally.
Yeah. 1 minute left, second.
Another one of the brothers of the West Central wrestling team, the Whitings. There's a shot for a single leg. Keeps 2-on-1, which is good. He's got to elevate his head and lift that ankle if he wants to finish this, and he slowly does. So he needs to come up and come out the back. Got plenty of time, and there's 2.
7-4 now, Whiting over DeYoung, 30 seconds to go, second.
And Keegan's got to figure out a top move. It looks like he's running out of gas a little bit, getting a little tired. The amount of energy it takes to wrestle a 6-minute match is just off the charts.
Yeah.
Here's one escape, short time. You don't want to see that as your coach from the T Titans.
Yeah, 4-8 makes that deficit 4 now.
Yeah,
And that happened with 8 seconds to go.
Yeah. Going into third.
Yeah, Whiting 8-4.
Whiting chooses down. Keegan releases him. So that's 1 for. So we're 9-4. Keegan wants to beat him on his feet. He's going to have to pick up the pace to do that.
Yeah.
He's got a big deficit here. You got to try to take him down to his back. And there is a shot. There it is. No, he's not calling it. No control. No control. Now he's the guy who elevates her head will win. And Whiting is not. Oh, now he's. And that's a fall. That's the difference in experience right there.
Wow.
Whiting has more mat time.
Yeah.
He knew to elevate his head and lift up, and
Yeah, it looked like DeYoung had got him for a second.
he did. He just didn't know what to do in that position.
Sure.
So,
Difference between maybe a 10-year wrestler and a 2-year wrestler.
yeah, sophomore Chase DeBoer and senior Chet Sarda. Chet Sarda making his debut. He was out with a football injury, and he's back. He placed third in state last year.
Didn't DeBoer wrestle up a lot last year and fare pretty well?
Yeah, he's young. He's getting better. Chet Sarda should be in the state finals. Very, very likely could win the state title.
wow.
I predict. So this is going to be a tall task for Chase tonight.
Chase giving up any weight here?
No.
No, pretty even.
Let me think here. He's up not much, 10 pounds maybe.
Okay. 2-0 Sarda early, 45 seconds in.
Yeah, Sarda's a great leg rider, super aggressive, really long. A lot of experience, wrestled since he's been 5 years old.
Wow.
Twin brother. Younger brother. So 3 boys. Dad's coaching in the corner. Good wrestling family.
Next level wrestler here, a guy that could wrestle
He
college?
is, but I think he's doing football.
Okay.
I believe he's going to be playing football in college. Really good at football. Getting recruited pretty hard. He was one of West Central's top players this last year.
Right, yep.
There you go. Use it.
Even though we don't get to see him anymore, we still
Yeah.
can keep an eye on him.
Bring it.
20 seconds to go, 2-0 Sarda over DeBoer.
Oh, this is not looking good for DeBoer.
DeBoer really
And
fighting.
there's a fall.
8 seconds to go.
Yeah.
And
Chet's a phenomenal
Sarda,
wrestler. We
yeah.
wish him the best the rest of the year. Good
Yeah.
to see him healthy again. He was walking with a boot on earlier this year.
Oh, good deal. Yeah, he's a good
And
looking kid.
now we've got Gavin Pischke, 5th in state last year, senior, ranked 3rd in state. Gavin Van Emmerich, a junior, ranked 5th.
And for T area, Gavin Van Emmerich.
And this match at the Rapid City Invite semifinals was 3-1. Pischke. Oh, 2 quick takedown by Pischke. That didn't happen in Rapid.
Right. I think Pischke's wrestling with a little more.
Yeah, there was
motivation.
aggressive there. Yeah, there's. He definitely knew he had to go after it, and not.
Yeah, I mean,
He's got a lot of weight on Gavin.
Got a lot,
Gavin's
yeah.
wrestling up. He's done a phenomenal job wrestling up.
yep.
He's a really, really small heavyweight, but had a phenomenal year so far.
Yes. I'm guessing Pischke, even though he won, wasn't real happy with just barely beating somebody a lot smaller.
Yeah. Pischke's wrestling really hard right now.
Yeah. 2-0 Pischke, West Central, 45 seconds gone in the first.
In a heavyweight match like this, with Pischke having a weight advantage, those 2 points are going to be pretty crucial.
Yeah. 1 minute to go, first period. Van Emmerich trying to get up.
Pischke doing a good job, got wrist control on top, cross-body wrist, keeping his weight behind the hips and on top. He's really not risking himself. He's not getting out to the side. And there was an illegal hold. I don't know what it was. I didn't see it. Pischke seems to know.
So cross his arms, cross his hands.
Illegal.
2-1.
So no, it's 2-1.
46 seconds to go first.
Gavin needs to get those knees under him and try to build up, but it's a lot of weight on top of him. Pischke's not getting off the hips. It's really difficult for Gavin here to get up unless Pischke gets off to the side, which he is slowly. He's got that wrist. Gavin's working hard. But again, hip to hip on the back. You don't see.
15 seconds in the first. Still 2-1. Pischke leads.
Yeah. Titans coach, they need to be telling Bud to get him off the hips. Now he's grabbing an ankle, yeah. Playing it safe, keep him down, not attempting to turn him.
2-1. Gotta be a lot of work by Van Emmerich just to try to get up.
Yeah, Pischke's a big guy, he's strong. I would assume he's a good football player. I don't know. And they're just the size.
Yep.
Size matters here. It's a big difference.
4-1, and so what does Pischke have to do to avoid a delay here, a stall?
We'll just have to see if he gets off to the side or he's working the arms good.
Yep.
He's trying to break him down there, which is good. Gavin's holding his own for a top-tier guy here.
You know, 4-1.
Yeah, you know what? Give credit to Gavin. Is down by 3 against a third-rated kid in the state, giving up a lot of weight here.
Yeah. 4-1, 1:02 to go in the second. So we're about halfway through.
Pischke's wrestling good. That first takedown, he was aggressive. Take that shot. That's a big 2 points. Got the momentum. He's riding pretty parallel just to hold him down. Not making any mistakes to expose himself.
Under a minute to go, second period.
There he's out to the side with the wrist. He won't get called for stalling when he does stuff like that. Now Gavin's working up, and he's away. So now Gavin.
Wow, 4-2.
4-2, 1 takedown away. Got to be careful. You cannot shoot straight under on a big guy like this or you won't finish it. You have to do angles. You have to circle. Pass-bys would be good. Try to, look at this, football takedown. That was a nice takedown by Pischke.
Yep.
Didn't see any of that in Rapid City. Pischke's really improved on his match technique here with Gavin.
6-2, 10 seconds to go.
But we got 2 Gavins. I didn't realize that, Gavin against Gavin, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Probably confusing those announcers at home.
6-2, end of period 2.
Boy, the fans are really into this tonight.
They are.
Good to see.
It's only a Tuesday. I said when you were gone, there's one in front of me that's going to sleep really well tonight. Probably might have a sore throat tomorrow, but he's going to sleep well tonight.
So that's a second caution. If Pischke gets one more caution, then Gavin will get a point. So you get 2 free ones. Then after that, it's 1-1-1.
What's he doing to get a caution?
Wasn't sure. He wasn't just getting set on him correct. Now Gavin's really come up there good. Gavin's coming up, working
He really
hard.
is.
You know, keeping his hips under him good.
6'2" still.
Now he's got to keep his elbows down. There is warning on red. See, he's not getting off those hips.
Okay.
West Central doesn't like that call, but he's driving straight from behind, and I was surprised Bud didn't call that a little sooner, actually.
Okay. Yeah,
But-
you did
but-
say something about that earlier.
Yeah, but Pischke got off to the side with the wrist before, so that helped him. But he's just driving straight forward. And what you want to see the top guy do is get off to the side. It's really hard for the bottom guy to score when you're on the hips, hip to hip.
Yep.
We saw Bud call some aggressive stalling earlier matches, so he's not afraid to call it.
Yep. 6'2" still, 1:15, third period.
Gavin's just trying to build up, but it's so much weight behind him. There's another stall, 1 green.
6'3" now, 109.
6-3. Very broken down. Uh-oh, this is tough to defend, but he does it again.
50 seconds to go. Van Emmerich for T down 6-3. It doesn't get this loud for basketball,
Oh,
Jeremy.
there we go. Now it's 6-4. A
6-4.
takedown here ties it.
29 seconds, 25 seconds.
Not much time. It's going to be difficult to get this takedown, but he's got an opportunity,
19 seconds.
and he gave himself that opportunity by fighting to get away.
Yeah.
14 seconds. He's going to run out of time. He's trying.
He's got to be just shocked. 8 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great battle by Van Emmerich.
Yeah, and another 2-point loss. So
Pischke,
more
wow.
points this match than the last one that they ran into, but still a 2-point match.
Yeah. You were right again. You said that 2-point takedown right away
It was
huge.
Yeah, that
was the-
takedown was the match right there. So now we got Caden Hawkinson. Hawkinson's ranked 5th in the state. Slater Wilson's out. Henry Fortin comes down from 113 down to 106. Fortin lost to Klinkhammer at 113, so I think the coaches thought we'd try him against a different kid.
Yeah.
He's going to have his hands full. Hawkinson's a great wrestler. Again, he's ranked 5th, and there's a early takedown in the first period.
2-0 Hawkinson. 30 seconds.
Caden Hawkinson, an 8th grader. Henry Fortin, a 7th grader.
Wrestling varsity.
Wrestling varsity. And they're both really good at what they do.
Yeah.
Oh, there is a nice fireman's carry. He's trying to take it to his back. Henry's fighting it. Good no call by Bud Postma. Being patient again. Now Henry's going to try to score off of it, and he gets away. So no points. That
2-1 Hackinson. 1 minute to go first.
Oh, another deep double leg by Hackinson. He's in deep. Henry straight up fighting it. Oh, and tosses him to his back.
2 points.
2 near fall, 2 takedown. So that's a 4-point throw.
Yep, 6-1 Hackinson.
All right,
40
now
seconds.
there's 1 green, 6-2. And Hawkinson's been really aggressive on the shots. There's Henry with a single. Can he finish it? He's in deep. 2-on-1. He's doing everything right. He picks him up. Hawkinson what a move. That was an awesome move for a young kid to defend that and get the 2.
8-2 now. Hawkinson, 20 seconds to go. In the
Henry's
first.
being aggressive. He's shooting. Hawkinson's aggressive. He's reshooting. And just, he calls him out. 8-3. Man, I'm still impressed with that
Yeah.
defensive shot. I thought Henry's going to have it, and Hawkinson
Right.
does a roll through. Here's another fireman's. Hawkinson loves that fireman's with the right elbow. Henry continues to fight. And no time. So good fight by Henry.
8-3 after 1.
A lot of action.
Yeah.
Boy, Hawkinson, he's got a great fireman's. And Henry's putting him neutral. 1 escape, so now they want to wrestle on his feet.
2 guys that might see each other for years to come.
Absolutely, they very well could.
Nine-3 now.
Hawkinson's a physical kid, strong, great wrestler, good position. And both of these kids are really going after each other. There's another shot by Henry. Didn't commit to it. Oh, he's got underhooks. Yeah, Hawkinson's had a couple really good moves, that toss and then that defensive takedown.
Yeah. 1:15 to go. Fortin, Hawkinson. Hawkinson leading 9-3. Second period.
8-point spread gives them a major, which gives them 1 more team point. It's 3 team points for 7-point margin, 4 team points for 8-point margin. Another fireman's, and he finishes that one.
11-3.
So now he's got the major if he holds on to the spread of score.
40 seconds to go in second.
Hawkinson's got a great fireman's. Now he's got a bar arm over the top. Henry's got the arm, gets 1. 20 seconds, 22.
11-3.
And Henry shoots, Hawkinson reshoots. And he's gonna try to throw again. No success that time.
10
Both,
seconds.
both kids really going at it here. You love to see the aggressiveness of these matches.
Yeah.
Hey, stay with it, Hawk. Everything you've got here.
1 second. 11-4, Hawkinson after 2.
Good choice by Henry going down. Hawkinson lets him up, so we get the 1 point. So they kind of did that to each other. Traded points there, periods. So 6-point deficit right now. Hawkinson wants to get that major for that extra team point. He shoots. And he shoots again. 1 ankle caught. And a takedown. And he releases them.
13-5, 13-6.
And another shot. And it's too loose. Oh, he took him down to his back. Possibly. Got the takedown, but no near fall yet. He's got a deep leg in with a power half. Now that elbow is high.
(15-6), Hawkinson, 1 minute left in the third.
He's going for that pin for the bonus. A lot of time left.
Fortin doing a good job fighting off the pin. 40 seconds to go. Bud had his hand ready to hit the mat, and like Fortin turned a little bit. 15-6, 30 seconds.
Now 18-6, 12
18-6.
points. Oh, another release and takedown. Trying to get a tech fall here. So 18 seconds. I think the score is 20-8.
Yeah.
He's trying to get to 15 to get that extra point.
15 seconds here.
He's got to watch out for that fireman's.
10 seconds.
There. Oh, and Henry's got a cradle hooked up.
5 seconds.
He's going to run out of time, but he's got the 2 takedown. Quick, that's a quick 2.
Pulls
So
off
20 to
late
10.
charging Fortin, yep.
10-point victory, so that's a major decision. 14 points. Was really working hard trying to get that tech fall to
Yeah.
15.
And now here for
I think T's going to be open here. This is Simmonsville. Alex. 2 older brothers were great wrestlers, great family.
113 pounds, T area is open.
So with that injury with Slater Wilson, we have a forfeit.
Tyler Woodring.
And they're bumping up Bentley Klinkhammer
At 120 pounds,
from 13 to 20.
has Bentley Klinkhammer.
Strategic here, just team point difference stuff.
Yeah, Bentley Klinghammer.
Say West Central's got this duel locked up.
Tyler Woodring.
And Bentley's a young wrestler, great wrestler, 7th grader. Bentley ranked 4th at 113. Tyler Woodring ranked 4th at 120. Tyler definitely has the experience, age over him.
Yep. Woodring's got the 2-0 lead.
Stay tough, dude.
Just 30 seconds in. Woodring 2-0.
Smart move by the West Central coaches by moving him up, trying to, not give up those bonus points.
Right.
And there's a cradle.
Oh, he's close.
And he fights off his back. Good fight by Bentley.
5-0. Woodring Titans. Under a minute to go. First.
Again, coming from a really wrestling family, a lot of experience, a lot of tradition.
Yep. A lot of basement wrestling matches.
Yeah, genetics there. Bentley's got a lot of good genetics.
Yeah.
When it comes to wrestling.
30 seconds to go. 5-0 Woodring. Sophomore Woodring, 7th grader.
Yeah, Tyler Woodring had a lot of success at a young age. He's placed twice, 4th at 106 2 years ago, and then 5th at 113 last year.
10 seconds.
Bentley's going to have a great career. He's only a 7th grader.
Yeah. He's hanging right in there with Woodring. 3 seconds.
And there
2
it is.
seconds.
So 2 seconds left. They
Wow.
hit the clock a little late, but that's a fall in the first period for Woodring. Again, good move by the coaching staff to try to prevent that bonus points. And Bentley's a guy that likes to get better. He'll go up against the competition.
Yeah.
So he moved up a weight for the team and to help him get better. So excited to see where he lands at the end of the year on the podium. Confident he will.
Yep.
Next up, we've got Trevin Otis, who is an 8th grader for T.
126 pounds for West Central, Carson Vessels. And for T area, Trevor Otis.
And Carson Vessels ranked 5th in state. He got 3rd in state last year. Trevin Otis is improved from last year. This is going to be a battle for him. Vessels is very, very tough wrestler.
Vessel's a freshman. Otis, an 8th grader.
Woodring and Vessels used to have battles last year. Last couple years, they wrestled each other a lot.
I could see that. Trojan's leading by 10. There's 2 for Vessels. He leads 2-0.
Blood, Vessels bleeding.
30 seconds in.
Vessel brothers are both physical. They don't back down from anyone.
Yeah. And how many brothers in the program? 4 or 5? Did you say?
6. 6 sets
Wow.
of brothers, yeah.
The Titans boys basketball has 3 brothers on the varsity team. They did lose tonight, 69-49 in Vermillion. So they're having a little trouble scoring the basketball. I think 3 losses in a row to take them to 3-4.
Hey, right away, here we go.
Getting that new mat all bloody.
Breaking it in, breaking it in.
Yeah, the wrestlers had to be here at 3 to set the chairs up and put the mat down. And
Yeah, you know, the varsity wrestlers, they give back to the youth too. I didn't mention that, but they're up in the practice room in the weeknights helping those youth wrestlers and being role models for those younger kids, and those younger kids really look up to those varsity wrestlers doing that. So
oh, absolutely.
kudos to those high school wrestlers for volunteering their time, help the youth, and I don't think they sometimes realize how far that goes for those youth wrestlers.
I agree. Like a celebrity to those
Yeah.
kids. And they want to grow up and do the same thing that those older kids did.
Yeah, Vessel's got in a little trouble there, but saved himself. Yeah, I have a kick out of it. If I go up in that room and I ask them who their favorite T high school wrestler is and why, it's pretty comical
Yeah.
to listen to some of those answers.
That's awesome. 30 seconds to go. Vessels just 2-0 lead over Otis.
Yeah, Otis keeping it close so far. A lot of wrestling left. Vessel's got a good chicken wing in. Don't you love these names, chicken wing?
Sounds good. Sounds good.
It made you hungry there.
You know, we have pizza in the office for these events, but I never get to go eat it because I never get to leave.
Yeah, I figured you'd have yourself a delivery service built in right now.
No, and then if I do, into the first 2-0, I worry that I'm going to sit up here and burp. So I very rarely have ever eaten the pizza here. Now, Andrew, on the other hand, over here, he goes back for seconds sometimes.
So is deferred, and they chose neutral. Score 2-0. Otis doing a good job keeping it close in the first period.
Yeah.
Isn't probably real familiar what to do in that position. Vessels, on the other hand, is. And Smart just gives up the 2 instead of going to his back.
So 4-0 Vessels now, 1:30 to go, second.
There you go, get it tight.
West Central as a team leading by 10. Vessels leading Otis 4-0.
Yeah, West Central as a dual team is ranked 8th in the state. So he's got this pretty tight. Almost had it.
Under a minute. Second.
West Central, big leg riders. I know Chip Sarda was a big leg rider. I think he coaches that pretty well over there. Right there.
Otis is really going to have to fight to get out of this. 38 seconds to go. And he
Look
does.
at that.
Good job.
No give up attitude. Young wrestler. You want effort
7-0.
out of your athletes. He's putting the effort out there right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's hanging in there. 10-0 now. Fought off that pin just a little bit ago. 10 seconds to go.
Another leg ride.
And that's the end of the second. Carson Vessels leading Trevinotis 10-0.
Only 2 more weight classes remaining.
Yep.
We started at 144 for this duel.
132 and 138. How do they determine where you're going to start? Is that
They
just a strategy?
random draw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sometimes we use an app. 14 weight classes, 1 through 14. Random get it. You can use 14 cards. However you want to do it, it's a random draw.
Yeah. Interesting.
Never used to be like that. They changed it because they felt like the pressure of the heavyweight, always wrestling last, and the pressure of the 106-pounder, always wrestling first, was somewhat of an unfair advantage for those kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
So now they mix it up.
1:15 to go, 12-0 Vessels. Getting late, at least West Central has a short drive home.
Yeah. There's a tech fall. So they get 5 team points there.
Vessels picks up the win.
36-21. And West Central's got this duel locked up for the victory.
Orlando Whiting Jr. for the Trojans.
At 132 pounds.
And we're open here, so that's 6 more points for West Central. Now this is going to be a good match here. This is Parker Wilson and Jesse Yost.
At 138 pounds, West Central has Jesse Yost, and TRA has Parker Wilson.
These two have not matched up. Yost, it went down to 138, and Parker went down to 138. They have both been wrestling 144. So this is their first debut at the lower weight class.
Yost senior, Wilson a junior.
Parker placed 8th last year at 138, so same weight class. And that was a great shot, not finished yet. Ooh, and he's lifting, elevating. And there is 2 for West Central.
Wilson got up really high there for a
He
second.
did.
Kind of scary.
You get nervous.
Yeah.
Yost on top has a Turk, leg Turk. And Parker not in a good position here. So if he can get off his back, it's going to be a 5-point lead.
Already a 2-point lead.
Yeah, Postma's holding 3. Got to be able to defend himself. He does. Awards a 3.
Jost leading Wilson 5-0. Minute 15 in.
Got his stand up. Hand control. See if he can get separate and get his 1. He doesn't. Yost keeps the pressure on him.
Well, you did good tonight. Thanks for helping us out.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This has been fun. First
Yeah.
time.
It was I normally do road stats for the girls basketball. Something they talked me into doing this year, but I got Mark Peterson to fill in for me tonight. I just wanted to come do what we do for a lot of the other sports. I wanted wrestling to have that too, and so to have somebody that knows what they're talking about up here is appreciated, because I couldn't do it justice.
Well, we appreciate what you do for the community.
10
And,
seconds, yeah.
This is awesome that you do this announcing for all the sports and promotion.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Still 5-0.
5-0.
We got, no loss of control. Okay. So red gets choice, West Central. Chooses down.
Who started the youth wrestling program?
You know, there was a program Doherty had, Coach Doherty. He had about 10, 15 wrestlers out, and then Corey Slykehouse and I and my brother and Josh Chapman and
Sure.
Brent Hendrickson, a few of us took it over, and then the next year we had 55 kids out. The next 65, we just kept growing till we got over 100, and just a lot of passionate parents that help take that over and let the high school coaches focus on the high school. So.
And it's got to be for you guys 90 seconds to go 7-1 now, and it's got to be for you guys. It's got to be volunteer hours, so it's got to be people unselfish with their time that know they're going to put in a lot of hours, and a lot of wives, if we're being honest, that dad's going to be gone, a few nights a week, and it's because without volunteer hours, it just doesn't work. There's not enough money that would make it work.
It's a lot of volunteer.
And so good job for you guys kind of seeing your fruits of your labor here recently.
Yeah, it's super rewarding to see these kids graduate and just be good citizens off the mat, and the life lessons they're building through this sport. And, they're going to be the future leaders, next generation. That's really what we're building here. You can only wrestle so many years in your life, but it's what you take away from it that you can provide in the future that's most valuable. So Parker here, he's down 7-1. This is where he shines. He's got to look at this right now. He's running out of mat space. This is a problem. He was trying to pull him on.
Yeah, he is.
He's trying to get that whip over, and he's going to run out of mat. So we're neutral.
And if he's pulling in and the other wrestler's pulling out, that's not a delay on the other wrestler?
It's not. They're just in that situation.
As long as you're making some type of move. So
what Parker's going to try to do here is fireman's. Right there's his fireman's. Otherwise to a throw. Ooh, a headlock attempt by Yost.
30
and
seconds.
Parker might win this. He's got him on his back.
No.
Parker, this is what he does. He comes from behind so many times, and somehow he'll get a pin. You watch. When he gets on top, he is tougher than nails. There it is. What I say, I called it. Come from behind, junkyard dog, Parker Wilson does it again.
Unbelievable.
You can't script this any differently.
You said he was the guy you've seen get down 10-1 more times you can remember?
14 down. He's down by 14 and gets a pin.
My gosh.
This is hard to coach. It's a recipe that you just don't see anywhere else.
Yeah.
A come from behind.
You want kids that are coachable, but you also want kids with heart and drive. And
he was down 12 points with Kettleson, and say hi to your parents. Yeah, he was down Kettleson from Sturgis, 12 points, came back and pinned him. The next time Kettleson wrestled him, purposely didn't try turning Parker because he was afraid he was going to get put to his back. It's so comical.
Well, you've been right on everything you've said tonight, and what a fitting way to go out, because that was one of the early ones that you said.
Yeah.
Was how he comes back, and lo and behold, he didn't even take it to the third period. He came back in the second.
He did, yeah. Titans lose this duel, fall 42-27 to a really strong team. And they're going to be in the state dual tournament, West Central most likely. So
a lot of these kids on both sides are probably going to be
kudos to them. Good parents, good fans, good wrestlers, good kids. If you want to see a team succeed, it's them. They're doing it the right way.
Good.
But yeah, thanks for having me.
Two similar programs, but both built by the...
They are, very much so.
I've said it in volleyball, which I know pretty well. There's not a successful team in the state, a high school team, that doesn't have their own youth program. And it's not a coincidence. And there's not a really good team in the state that does have one. So it's all building it like you guys did. And so you guys did it the right way, and so did, according to you, West Central. So
yeah, it took longer than you want to. It's hard to be patient for that many years, and you just have to keep the kids believing that their actions will pay off and the rewards will come. Now look at that scoreboard over there.
Yeah.
I got a video board up right now with the T-Titan wrestlers on there, and the wrestlers are grouped up watching themselves on the big screen in the gym. So kudos to T-Area High School on the new scoreboard and the sponsors. And the new wrestling mat. What a great venue.
Yep, and this is Mr. Griffin's class, our producer up here, that put this together.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
Hype videos for all the sports. So, Gavin Kolbeck is responsible for this wrestling one. Yep, absolutely, doing it the right way.
Good job, Gavin.
All right.
Good job, Griffin. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy Eimers. Pleasure to have you tonight. Mr. Griffin, thank you for the Hall of Famer. And if you tuned in, if you're watching live or if you're going to go back and watch it, we thank you for the support. And I hope I kept up with Jeremy tonight.
Great job. Thank you.
Great job. Lennox Orioles, West Central Trojans, and the T-Area Titans. And we thank you, wrestling fans, for joining us. Bye for now.